Please proceed.
Morning, everybody. All right, I've got the defendants present, represented by counsel. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, the state's ready.
All right, anything from Travis McMichael?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a kind of an open issue when we ended cross-examination yesterday. We had raised with the court whether it was proper for the state to ask Mr. McMichael about an epithet alleged to have been said that came out during the preliminary hearing in Agent Dial's testimony. We don't believe it's proper to ask that question at this point, given there is no admissible evidence of that epithet. Mr. Bryan, our understanding is he's not going to testify, and without his testimony, there'd be no basis for admitting that statement. And so the state needed overnight to think about it, I think, and so we're at that point.
Yes, Judge, I was going to actually ask you about that. The state did some legal research overnight, and in the state of Georgia, there are only so many cases, and they all have to do with having a good faith basis to question a character witness about a defendant's underlying other acts. That was really all the state could find as far as admissible questioning. And so while that was all we could find, the state did find two cases. I'm not sure if they're going to be persuasive, but I thought I'd present them. And it is Coquina, C-O-Q-U-I-N-A. I believe it's Investments, I-N-V-I-S, versus TD Bank. It is a 760 F3rd 1300 case. It's 2014. And basically that case holds that as long as you have a good faith basis for the question whether the evidence is admissible ultimately or not, it's irrelevant. And the other one we found was the United States versus Tucker, 533 F3rd 711. And that is a 2008 case from the United States Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit.
Where was the other one? The Coquina case?
What was the...
Yeah, I just had the Fed Third. I didn't get the circuit.
Oh, sorry. For the Coquina case, that is the 11th Circuit, United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, decided in 2014. In the United States versus Tucker, the objection there was really more about the confrontation clause and a Bruton issue. And in that particular case, it was kind of identically what we had here. We had a co-defendant who was saying that she had knowledge that he was planning to do the armed robbery or that he had committed other armed robberies. And so we have someone who is seated, the female co-defendant who's not testifying, and we have the defendant on the stand, and the state wanted to ask him, well, isn't it true you were planning these armed robberies and had committed other armed robberies, because she knew about it to show that she was a party to a crime. And the objection there was Bruton and confrontation clause. However, in that case, where the state was getting its information from was from a police report where she had made these statements as a co-defendant. Here, the court held the confrontation clause does not bar the use of testimonial statements for purposes other than establishing the truth of the matter asserted. Tucker could cite no authority for the proposition that the use of an out-of-court testimonial statement merely as the good faith factual basis for relevant cross-examination of the defendant at trial implicates any confrontation clause. And then they cited to United States versus Miller, a 1992 case, where we held that the use of a co-defendant's unredacted confession as the factual basis for cross-examining a defense witness at trial did not violate the confrontation clause as construed in Bruton. So while that may not be their argument, this is a case that talks about it. It's obviously very similar. We have Mr. Bryan making a statement to law enforcement, which is testimonial, where he indicates that he heard Travis McMichael say F and N over Mr. Arbery's body. And we believe we have a good faith basis to ask Travis McMichael, did you in fact say that? Based on the knowledge that we have a co-defendant who's seated here. Now, of course, we can't let them, meaning the jury, know that that's where that comes from. Obviously, we would not present that unless and until Mr. Bryan took the stand. At this point in time, the state has no idea if Mr. Bryan is going to take the stand, because while defense counsel for Mr. Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael have said, oh, it's our understanding, well, Judge, the state's in the position, of course, of Mr. Bryan going, hey, I've now made my decision, I'm going to take the stand. Am I then going to be allowed to recall Travis McMichael to the stand? Because, as you know, there'll be an objection to hearsay, and it won't be a prior consistent or inconsistent statement, because I didn't get a chance to bring it to his attention. So the state kind of feels like it's being boxed in, because unless the court's going to say, well, Ms. Dunikoski, you can recall Travis McMichael and you can ask him about this and bring it to his attention, so that when Mr. Bryan does testify, that won't come in, that will be able to come in as without objection based on hearsay, because it's a prior consistent and or inconsistent statement. Was I clear on how the state's kind of trapped?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, the only suggestion I would have is if Mr. Bryan wishes at this time to announce his intentions, then that might give some guidance to the court. But the state is asking, based on its good faith basis, to be allowed to ask Travis McMichael whether he said that or not. And that's our request. But I did want to let the court know that the best we could find in the state of Georgia all had to do with the state's good faith basis, or the defense's good faith basis, in asking character witnesses about prior acts of the person that they're vouching for. Thank you, Judge.
If I can respond, Your Honor. There are cases in Georgia, in the state court of Georgia, that do answer this question, and the good faith basis is only one of three prongs. The second prong is it has to be a reliable source of information, and the third prong is it has to be admissible. And if Mr. Bryan doesn't testify, it's not admissible. And I cite to the court Clark v. State, 186, Georgia Appeals 106, affirmed by the Georgia Supreme Court at 258, Georgia 464. That is a cross-examination of a character witness in which the district attorney did not have admissible evidence to prove the underlying question. Also, Thompson v. State, 265, Georgia 677. And a case a little bit off point involving statements made in opening statement that were not proven by admissible evidence. Alexander v. State, 270, Georgia 346. We're not saying that Ms. Dunikoski doesn't have a good faith basis for asking the question given the information we have. However, unless Mr. Bryan testifies, it is a brutal issue and it's not admissible. And if Ms. Bryan does testify, she could ask him about it. And she could ask him about Travis McMichael's statements at the time that he alleged to, at the time of the alleged incident, and prove the underlying question through either Mr. Bryan or Jason Sechrist. Your Honor, we would also ask the court to consider that the statement itself is not reliable. So, although a good faith basis for asking it's not admissible, it's also not reliable. Mr. Bryan was 90 feet away from Mr. Arbery and Mr. McMichael at the time he claims to have heard that statement. He didn't say anything to any police officer, law enforcement, either state or federal, until his fourth interview, where he's clearly at that point seeking to become a witness for the state, as we know through Mr. Goff's cross-examination of Officer Sechrist. He also told the officers on the scene, and I believe it was Officer Minshew, who asked him, did you hear anything? And all Mr. Bryan said at that point was, I heard stop, stop, stop. Did you hear anything else? No, that's all I heard. That's a statement of Mr. Bryan on the scene on February 23rd. Mr. Bryan's statement to Agent Sechrist is also contradicted by the 911 call. by Greg McMichael. He makes the call at the time of the shooting, and the line is left open for approximately 5 minutes. The phone is much closer to Travis McMichael and Mr. Arbery than Mr. Bryan was 90 feet away, and nothing is heard on the phone, even with audio enhancement by the state. Nothing on video, Mr. Bryan's video or any other video. Officer Minshew never heard anything. Daniel Alcott, who was a neighbor, has not been called as a witness, but we all have his statements. He claims to have heard the shots, rushed to the front of the house. There's nothing in his statement to support having heard anything said by Travis McMichael. And so for those reasons, we don't think the statement is reliable. We know it's not admissible at this point, and we would ask the court to prevent the state from asking Travis McMichael about it, because once she asked the question, despite the court's admonitions, it's a bell that can't be unrung.
Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, I'm looking at this from the perspective of Mr. Bryan, who sometimes I think gets lost in the back and forth. Your Honor, I think I could safely assure the court that unless he's forced to, Mr. Bryan has no intention of testifying at the trial of this case. If the state wants the testimony of Mr. Bryan, they can dismiss the indictment in this case against him with prejudice as to all counts. Then there'd be something to talk about. We have no intent, Mr. Bryan, as we stand here, subject to reconsider, has no intention at this time of testifying. I'm concerned, however, very greatly because of the spillover effect of this issue before the court. I'll just leave it at that. As I understand it, the state wants to ask another witness what my client said, something that would be highly incendiary. And at that point, the state is going to be violating Mr. Bryan's right under the Fifth Amendment not to testify. What meaningful protection against self-incrimination does Mr. Bryan have left if the state uses the pretext of a good faith question, only the first of the 3 steps, to essentially compel Mr. Bryan to testify? It's a violation of Mr. Bryan's Fifth Amendment rights to allow the state to go into that. And also to the point, as I mentioned, and you know, I guess I must be the crazy person because I seem to be the only one who observes it. How does Mr. Bryan's position not end up antagonistic to that of the McMichael defendants if the state is allowed to pursue that line of questioning prior to Mr. Bryan making an election to testify? There's an inevitable spillover of this prejudice issue to Mr. Bryan. So if the state wants to go down this road, I guess it'll be a long night of research for the Bryan defense team as to whether or not, as a matter of law, much less within the court's discretion, we would be entitled to a severance from this trial.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a look at the cases that are out there. The starting point, it sounds like, is that Mr. Bryan is not going to be testifying. So with that as a starting point, I'll go ahead and take a look at the cases and see where they lead me. But I'm not going to, particularly with this issue and what we're talking about here, I'm not just going to give everybody an answer based on cases that were just cited to the court. But there will be an answer before Mr. McMichael steps down. All right. Anything further from the state before we proceed?
No, Judge, that was it. Thank you.
Again, Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael? No. And from Mr. Bryan?
Yes, Your Honor. This morning we have filed our 3rd motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors and otherwise interfere with Defendant Bryan receiving a fair trial. That is on top of the 2 or 3, I've lost count, oral motions and the previous written motion in this case. We have specifically brought additional persuasive authority to the attention of the court, and I'm certainly not going to read through all that, but I think it's fair to say if a jurist as distinguished as Thomas Penfield Jackson, the author among other cases of the Microsoft antitrust verdict, arguably one of the most important cases of the last century, no less a distinguished justice than Thomas Penfield Jackson summarily excluded the founder of the Nation of Islam, Minister Louis Farrakhan, from the public gallery at that trial. A man, a minister of equal status, equal stature, I would submit to Reverend Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, from that public gallery. That is referenced not only in the Washington Post newspaper article dated June 29, 1990, courtesy of a concerned citizen, kind enough to bring it to my attention. And a copy of the decision of the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit rejecting, among other things, Mayor Barry's challenge to the summary exclusion of Mr. Farrakhan. That's attached as Exhibit 2. That was an issue as to whether the court's summary decision without permitting argument to exclude him from the courtroom could be a basis for disqualification, and it was not. Now, I would remind Your Honor that that decision made in that case in 1990 in a nationally watched trial predates the most recent Supreme Court case, Musladin, which one judge says there isn't any First Amendment claim, and the other judge doesn't rule it out but says it's intuitively less than obvious. Certainly following the Musladin decision, this court is well within its discretion to exclude Reverend Sharpton and Reverend Jackson unless and until they can make some showing for the court as to what their relationship is to the victim's family as pastors that would authorize them to be here. And of course, that gets us into all kind of subjects as to how many pastors the Arbery family has, but I'm simply suggesting the court doesn't even need to do that under the precedent of the Barry trial from 1990 and subsequent and previous Supreme Court cases and other precedent that the court is authorized to exclude Reverend Sharpton and Reverend Jackson from the courtroom without a hearing, and in the alternative, certainly entitled to do so after a hearing. And again, in there, for the other reasons cited, I have asked the court again to take more robust steps to ensure Mr. Bryan's right to a fair trial. And I think I've addressed all the points I raised in my motion.
We adopt, Your Honor, we're asking you to take action on behalf of our client, which you have the authority to do.
We have no comment.
Anything from the state?
No objection.
The court's already ruled on the motion at least twice. I'm looking in the gallery. I don't even see the two individuals that Mr. Goff, you have raised as issues, and the court is not going to address this matter this morning. Based upon the renewed motion, the court's position is in the record. I understand we're ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go get the panel.
You want Mr. McMichael to take the stand?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Let's get Mr. McMichael on the stand. That's why I have well-qualified bailiffs around, just to make sure we don't do something like that. All right, Mr. McMichael, I remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All right for the jury.
Stand. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Let everybody get settled in for just a moment. I've got everybody settled. Again, welcome back. Hopefully everybody had a good evening. We are ready to go ahead and proceed with the evidence in this case from the state.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Mr. McMichael, I'm actually going to hand you back your transcript.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so there you go. Now, when you were transported from the scene to the police station, you began your interview with Detective Nohilly at approximately 3:12 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I agree with you.
All right. And it ended approximately 5:30. Is that right?
Sounds right.
All right, so this was like about 2.5 hours of an interview.
Sounds correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the interview began 2 hours after the shooting.
Yes,
And you recall that during that time frame, they gave you an hour to write up 3 pages about what happened.
yes.
All right. And one of the things you said yesterday is that you felt you and your dad needed to find out what was happening.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so one of the things that you said yesterday was that you thought first that Mr. Arbery, the man you'd seen on February 11th, may be the one who had run by.
Yes,
Okay. And then you said that you thought maybe Matt had seen him.
that's correct.
And Matt is Mr. Albense?
Yes,
Then you said he may have broken in.
correct.
And then you said maybe Larry English is over on his property.
Yes,
And later you indicated that you thought that maybe Mr. Arbery had been caught.
yes,
And then you said that you thought maybe he was trying to get away from the police.
yes, ma'am.
But you hadn't heard any sirens or anything in the neighborhood.
Not yet, no, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about some of the legal terms that you used yesterday, okay?
Okay.
All right, so first I want to talk to you kind of about probable cause, all right? And you testified yesterday that you had been trained in the military for the Coast Guard, that even when you had arrest powers, before you could arrest somebody, you needed probable cause, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you even gave the jury the definition of probable cause, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you said it was a level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person, given the overall circumstances, to believe a crime has been committed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But that's really only half the definition, isn't it?
That's what I was taught in my training, was that definition right there.
So, isn't it correct that, well, let me ask it this way. didn't you learn from your training that you need two parts?
Reasonable suspicion first, and then probable cause.
So, isn't it true from your training that you need two parts of probable cause? You need probable cause that a crime has actually been committed, and that the person you're arresting is the one who committed the crime.
That would be correct.
All right. But you left out the second part, that you actually have to have probable cause that the person you're arresting is actually the one committing the crime.
That makes sense. I mean, that was the person that I assumed that was committing the crime. That was the probable cause was him.
So you assumed he was the one committing the crime.
Yes.
All right, so you'd agree that as law enforcement, when you were there in the military as a boarding officer, that even if you know a crime is committed, when you have several suspects, you can't just go and arrest the first suspect. You have to actually have evidence that that person is the one who committed that crime, correct?
That's correct, and I believe I had it with the videos that I have seen with him, with Mr. Arbery being the one that has been there multiple times, and then what I witnessed on the 11th with him sneaking through those yards, or through that yard, and then the way that he reacted to me when I put the lights on him, reacted like he was going for a gun, and then went into that house after we had our altercation, and then Mr. Beasley being there that same evening and verified that that on the video is the same guy that he's seen, and then seeing Mr. Beasley pointing down the road led to probable cause, and then Dad saying that was the same individual, the probable cause that it is the same guy that has been in that house that has been breaking into and stuff has been stolen. So the overall, the totality of everything led me to go down there and see if that was him.
So the totality of all of that led you to go see if that was him,
Yes,
meaning the guy you'd seen on the 11th.
correct.
All right, so you used the word totality of the circumstances a whole bunch here, haven't you?
Yes, I guess. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's go ahead and back up for a second. You had your gun stolen, correct?
I did.
On January 1st, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a suspect in mind for that theft of that gun, correct?
Yes, when I got the videos from Ms. Perez, Diego, looking through, there was a truck that came through that I haven't seen in the neighborhood before. And after looking at the truck, I thought that it might have been some teenagers that I would see on that part of the county. And it turned out that it was a neighbor on the other side, and then that was as far as I went with that.
Who's David Sorrells?
I have no idea.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
He's not a Facebook friend of yours?
Not that I believe.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at some of your Facebook posts that you shared with Mr. Sorrells?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead and take a look at this.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're still here.
Gonna take a look at the yellow highlighted part.
Yeah, I recognize it.
All right, do you know who David Sorrells is?
I do not.
All right.
He must have been on the neighborhood page. I do remember the message now, and I believe he must saw it on the neighborhood Facebook page.
All right, so on January 1st, he says he's sorry about your gun being stolen out of your car. Is that right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
All right, and then you indicated that you had a pretty good feeling about who stole it,
Yes, ma'am.
and you found out where he lived. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you'd been watching him for several days.
yes.
That was not Mr. Arbery.
No, that was the truck I was telling you about.
Okay. And you then indicated that this may be the same individual who has been causing trouble in the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that's not Mr. Arbery.
No, ma'am.
So why, in your written statement, 2 hours after the homicide, do you put down the very first sentence, on January 1st of 2020, approximately between 9 and 10:30, I had my vehicle broken into and my Smith & Wesson gun stolen out of my truck?
Because I was aware of things of burglaries and vehicles being broken into the neighborhood, and then on top of seeing what I saw on the 11th, that there are things being broken into. I was under concern that Mr. Arbery could be a suspect in this, or he could not be. But like I said prior, he is the one that I have seen, and he is the one that has been in that house several times. So of course I'm thinking he's a suspect. But I don't know if it was him or the other people that they've seen or if I've heard about.
So, given you don't know who stole your gun, there was no probable cause to arrest Mr. Arbery for the theft of your handgun on January 1st, 2020.
No, ma'am.
You also didn't know who had stolen the items out of the boat, Mr. Larry English's boat, did you?
No, but I had a probability. I was thinking that the probability of who was doing that was the one that continued to go into this house, that has been caught in this house several times, which was Mr. Arbery.
But you had no evidence he'd ever taken anything off of Mr. English's boat.
Other than that there's been stuff stolen out of that house, and that he has been in that house several times.
So you have stolen items on boat, and you got that from your mom,
Yes.
and then you got him inside the construction site, right? Inside 220.
Yes, ma'am.
And at the point in time, on February 23rd, you knew about October 25th,
Yes.
November 18th,
Yes.
and February 11th.
Yes.
You also knew that the white couple had gone in on November 17th, right?
I did.
You also knew that there was a shady-looking guy under the bridge, correct?
I did.
And you also suspected this guy in the neighborhood with the truck may have been the one who stole your handgun. He might have also been someone who was stealing things in the neighborhood, as you said to Mr. Sorrells, right?
And for a couple of days, they decided that that was not him, or was not the person that had the truck that I thought it was a different truck, so I let no, that's not.
Is that Rob Way?
I don't know who Rob Way is.
So Kim Ballesteros didn't tell you that she suspected Rob Way in the neighborhood as being the one who stole her purse out of her car January 30th?
Not that I recall, no ma'am.
And you're telling this jury that your mother never told you that Larry English suspected his contractors?
No ma'am.
All right, so about February 11th, I want to make sure yesterday, when you testified, did you testify that Mr. Arbery actually came toward you and started lifting up his shirt?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, but you never said that before to anyone, did you?
I put it in the statement.
The statement, your handwritten statement?
The written statement, I believe I did.
Can I hand you a copy of your handwritten statement?
All right.
Sorry, is that Mark? You did it.
I was incorrect. I said I reached into his pants on the written statement.
Right, so in your statement, you indicated that I was getting out of my car to ask him what he was doing,
This is a written statement?
Correct.
Okay.
and he turned toward my vehicle and reached into his pants, which led me to think that he may have a weapon.
Yes ma'am.
Reached like that to his pants?
No. That's,
And then you indicated I immediately put my car in reverse and the individual went into the house under construction, correct?
yes ma'am.
And that was, oh. All right, can everybody see now? Okay. And that was the publishing of State's Exhibit 120, the video clip entitled Video MP4. Is that your car pulling down?
It is, yes ma'am. Now right here, Mr. Arbery have anything in his hands? Not I could see, no ma'am.
Have a backpack with him?
He did not.
Any sort of bag with him?
Not at that time, no ma'am.
No. He's wearing a big, long T-shirt, isn't he?
Yes.
And shorts cut off at the knees.
I think they were cargo shorts, but yes.
And he's got running shoes on.
I can't tell.
Do you see the Nike logo swoosh in the reflection?
No, ma'am.
I'll back it up for you. See it then?
No, ma'am.
That was State's Exhibit 117 that I just published. Now, that particular evening, you've seen the body cam video of Officer Rash, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Officer Rash told you and told your father that Larry English said Mr. Arbery had never taken or stolen anything from the open unsecured construction site. Is that correct?
My understanding was never saw him take anything from there. Yes, ma'am. Never saw anything taken.
Okay. And Larry English actually had never had anything stolen from the open unsecured construction site.
Yes, he had stuff stolen out of his boat that was inside that house. Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't investigate that crime as a law enforcement officer, correct?
No, ma'am.
Because you weren't a law enforcement officer, were you?
That's correct.
All right. And your father wasn't a law enforcement officer either.
He was not.
Okay. So you're basing your probable cause on something that was rumor that your mother told you about things being stolen off the boat.
I was basing it on the 11th for seeing him in there again and hearing that the stuff was stolen off of that boat, and then hearing it from the other neighbors and then from seeing on the 11th. So yes, it happened, and then seeing him come in multiple times, and then everything that followed up on the 23rd. Yes, that's.
You were here when Officer Rash testified, is that right?
I was.
Okay, and you heard Officer Rash, under cross-examination, answer the defense attorney's question about if Mr. Larry English had filed a police report about items stolen off of his boat, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he said the officer assigned would have investigated it, right?
Yes.
All right, and that means interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
And so an officer who's investigating the theft of items off the boat would have found out from Larry English that the boat had been moved back and forth to Douglas, correct?
Objection, speculation. She's asking him about, to assume what Officer Rash would have done had he been asked to make a report about thefts by Larry English, and then how he would follow up on that. This is all speculation on the witness's part.
Speculating as to what Rash would have done, that's sustained.
I'll ask a better question, Your Honor. On cross-examination, do you remember Officer Rash testifying that the officer assigned, if Mr. English had filed a report, would have investigated that?
Yes.
Okay, and that Officer Rash, you heard him testify that that would have included interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you heard Larry English testify that the boat had been moved back and forth between Douglas, correct?
He learned that. Yes.
Well, he didn't learn that, he knew it. He'd moved the boat back and forth, right?
You talking about Rash or
Relevance
English?
is, I object. I'm not sure what the relevance is about asking him what he heard people testify in court that he didn't know with his own personal knowledge on particular dates. Hearing what people later come and testify about in court is asking him to comment on the testimony before the jury. It doesn't seem to be a relevant inquiry. What he did and what he knew in those particular times, I think, surely. But what they testify about in court and how that may change his thoughts about dates in the past doesn't appear to be relevant.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. And you heard Larry English testify that he suspected his subcontractors? Yes?
That.
That Larry English suspected his subcontractors of having stolen the items off of his boat. You heard him testify to that?
Here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you heard him testify that he told that to Officer Rash?
Yes.
And you heard Officer Rash testify that he told that to your father.
Yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about what was happening on February 23rd, 2020. All right, so you personally first saw Ahmaud Arbery as he was running ahead of you on Burford.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were driving behind him in the white F-150 pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at that time, when you first saw him, he didn't have a bag, did he?
No, ma'am.
Didn't have a backpack.
He did not.
Wasn't carrying a box.
Was it?
Okay. And you could see his hands as he ran.
Yes.
Right. And you could see that he was wearing the cargo shorts and the t-shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you didn't know who he was. I mean, you didn't know him personally.
I didn't know him personally. No, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't know his name.
No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't know anything about him.
Nothing.
He didn't know you.
Not that I'm aware of.
You just knew that he was the guy who was on video at the open unsecured construction site.
And that I saw on the 11th.
And at this point in time, when you first see him on Burford, he's not reaching into his pockets.
No, ma'am. Not running. No, ma'am.
And he never yelled at you guys,
No, ma'am.
never threatened you at all,
No, ma'am. Not
never
verbally.
brandished any weapons.
Sorry, Your Honor, he's trying to finish his answer.
Yeah, he did not threaten me verbally. No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't brandish any weapons,
No, ma'am.
didn't pull out any guns,
No, ma'am.
didn't pull out any knife,
No, ma'am.
never reached for anything, did he?
No.
He just ran.
Yes, he was just running.
So at this point in time, you catch up to him on Burford by pulling up next to him. Is that right?
Yes, pulling alongside, keeping with my window right there. I did.
So as he's running down the street, okay, let's say this is the street, he's on this side of the road, consistent with someone driving forward, or is he on that side of the road looking at oncoming traffic?
Oncoming traffic.
Okay, so he's
Yes.
on the side for oncoming traffic.
That's correct.
All right, so you pull up next to him. Is that right?
Yes.
You startled him.
No.
Are you a mind reader?
I'm not, but I could see his actions, the way that he didn't veer, he didn't run off. I came up to him slowly, just like I would anybody else, and I've never startled anybody doing that before, anybody walking or jogging or running. I've never had anybody become startled on that, so I
How
don't know
many-
why it would be.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. How many times have you pulled up on strangers that you don't know next to them with a pickup truck to ask them what they're doing in your neighborhood?
I don't think I have in that situation, but I have pulled up on people that are running behind, coming up behind them. But, I mean, if you could be startled from somebody coming up behind you is one thing or the other. You can tell if somebody is, but I didn't startle him. I didn't come up on him hard or fast or blowing the horn or anything. I just pulled alongside him on my side of the road right at the yellow line, and once he acknowledged me and saw that I was there is when I came a little closer and stayed with him.
So he's running, you pull up, he looks at you, and you say to him, what?
I say, hey, what's going on? Hold on a second.
All right. And he didn't say anything back to you?
No, ma'am.
All right. He just kept running?
He stopped and turned and went backwards. That was the first time. That was the one caught on Mr. Roddy's or Mr. Bryan's video. Turned out to be the first altercation.
Okay, so hold on. You pull up next to him, he stops, and then he turns and starts running this way. Back down Burford towards Satilla.
Yes,
And then you back up. Is that right?
I did.
So you back up the truck to follow him, and At some point in time, what do you say to him at that point?
I'm asking him, what are you doing? You know, what's going on? What happened down there? Why is there some, you know, I ask him why there's somebody pointing down the road. As I'm talking, that's when he turns and runs back down Burford.
So now you're asking him, hey, why is somebody pointing down the road? That's what you're asking him?
That's what I was trying to get to ask him why there's people pointing down the road.
All right, Mr. McMichael, not asking for generalities and what's in your head. I want to know exactly what you were saying to the man jogging down the street. Do you understand?
Yes,
Okay. What exactly did you say to him the first time you pulled up to him?
I want to talk to you.
And he turned and ran.
He stopped, turned, and then went the other direction.
Okay. And that was an indication to you that he didn't want to talk to you?
Yes,
That was an indication he was not going to stop for you?
yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you chose to put your truck in reverse and back up at him.
back up along with him.
So he's trying to get away from you, doesn't want to stop, doesn't want to talk, and you're backing up to go along with him.
That's correct.
And at some point in time then, he turns to run up Burford, right?
Yes, I've asked him again, or asked him that I wanted to talk to him. I don't know exactly what I said, but it was to the effect that I want to talk to him and what happened down the road.
And at this point in time, you're not wearing any sort of uniform.
No, ma'am,
You're not in a marked patrol car.
I'm not.
You don't have any badges on your sleeves.
I do not.
And when you told the police, you were talking to them about make sure I get this right. Do you remember telling the police, so I pull up to him and say, hey, you know what's going on. He's running, he won't stop. I said, that's him, stop right there. I'm at the top, I'm at the bottom of page 8, top of page 9. Stop right there, stop where you're at. Do you remember telling the police that that's what you said?
That's what's on here, yes, ma'am. You want me to read it?
I'm just asking you if that's what you said. You said, what's going on? He won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at.
Yeah, that's part of it.
All right. So at this point, you're ordering him to stop. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say ordering. I was asking him.
Like nicely and politely, please, sir, stop?
At first, it was not police or sir, but hey, could you stop? Please, yes, stop for a second, stop for a second. My voice inflection and tone, I was trying to keep the situation calm.
And this is at the time that he's already decided that he doesn't want anything to do with you and has run back down Burford towards Satilla.
Yes,
All right. And then we see what happens in the Night Owl video. Is that right? Is that what happens next?
Brian, yes, around that time.
You find it. evidence number. Hello? Okay, I need to know what the evidence number is, because I can't find that out video on the thing. I know it's there. Okay. I apologize, Your Honor, something's not right, and I'm worried I've missed it, or somehow it is not on the file anymore.
Your Honor, we have no objection if the state would like a recess.
Thank you. Let's make sure it's on there. There we go. So publishing State's Exhibit 194, the first video ending in 261. Is this what we have?
Yes.
You're backing up, and then he's running away from you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, is this your truck pulling forward after him?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
So at this point in time, you could have just stopped, right?
I could have.
You could have just let him run, correct?
I could have, but I also wanted to make sure that everything was okay down the road and see what was happening. I wanted to ask him, at least ask him what was happening and see what he would say and go from there.
Despite the fact that you know about the Fifth Amendment, you know that no one has to talk to anyone they don't want to talk to, right?
That's correct.
And you said that you wanted to know what had happened and that you saw Matt Albenzi out in the street when you came out with your shotgun from your house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go down and ask Mr. Albenzi what was going on, did you?
I did not.
Okay. So at one point in time, I think you said you thought, well, maybe somebody had been hurt or something had been broken into, or maybe Larry English was down there, right?
That's correct.
All right. But you didn't head that way to see what exactly had happened, did you?
I did not, because Mr. Albenzi was pointing down the road. I took it as whatever happened, you need to go that way. You need to go that way. Something has happened. And then trying to ask him was to see what was happening. What happened?
Because something had happened.
Something has happened.
All right, so at this point, right here, where he's running, you're still yelling at him, stop, I want to talk to you, stop.
No, ma'am. Once I watched him run and then pull onside him again is when I engaged with him again.
All right, so we're talking about going all the way down Burford.
No, ma'am. It was only another 100 feet from there, maybe 200 feet. There was a wooded area right where I spoke to him again.
All right, so let's take a look at this,
May I?
which I want to make sure we have the right exhibit number, Judge. So what we're looking at here on the blown-up board is going to be State's Exhibit 300. So taking a look at the blown-up board of State's Exhibit 300,
So are you asking him to take a look at it?
I'm going to go ahead and publish it up there so that we can go ahead and see it, but that's what the blown-up board is.
Okay.
able to see that on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So, got the Bryan house. You said you went down here to maybe a wooded area. Is it fair to say that that wooded area is right in here?
Yes, it's right at the corner of that house or lot right there, the last open area.
Right here?
No, ma'am. Right
Right
there.
here?
Yes.
All right. And so you chase him down here, and at this point in time, you cut him off.
No, ma'am. I'm alongside him and ask him to stop. I want to talk to him. And then after I asked him, hey, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Hey, hold on a second. Is when he finally stopped, and I was like, okay, now we can talk. We can see what's going on. And then as soon as I said, the cops are coming, after he didn't respond to me or talk to me, and I said, hey, the police are coming. Stay right here. That's when he turned and ran the other direction.
You'd agree with me when I say that you never, ever told the Glenn County Police Department or in your written statement that you said to Mr. Arbery, the police are coming?
I don't know if I did or not. If it's not on there, then I didn't say it. But I mean, I could have missed it from everything that was happening and writing it down. 2 hours later, I might have missed it, but on the assumption that they do that, because I was still under the impression that my dad has called the police, so I'm under the impression that the cops are coming.
So talking about that, I'm going to have you take a look at page number 9 again, that last paragraph. So in your statement to Detective Nohilly, only a couple hours after the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery, you basically say he goes around the corner, comes back, he's, man, something's not right here. I tell him to stop, grab the gun out of the truck. I say, hey, stop, stop, stop. He runs back. Man, you call 911 yet? Find my phone, call, give it to my dad, said, call the cops, let's get the cops. So it's only after you grabbed your shotgun out of the truck at the corner of Holmes and Satilla that you say, hey, let's call the cops, and you hand the phone to your dad to call the cops.
That's when I found out that he did not call the police, when I realized that he has not called the police. And then
So also on page 9, you never indicated that Mr. Arbery actually stopped long enough for you to have a conversation with him. Is that correct at the top of page 9?
Yes, I do. I said, he's running, he won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at. Call the cops, And I'm assuming, or what I'm saying there is I told him that I called the cops. There he is. He starts acting funny, and then he takes off running. So he was stopped. If he takes off running, then he was stopped at the point.
Do you remember yesterday telling this jury that that's what you said to your dad? Call the cops, there he is? Do you remember telling this jury just yesterday that that was what you said to your dad? Call the cops, there he is. He starts acting funny, he takes off running.
I believe I said, have you called the cops yet? And then on this here is what I mentioned to the police in the interview. And reading this and knowing how I was all over the place when I was giving that statement, this is what I was talking about. This is what I believe is what I was talking about.
But you'd agree, nowhere in here do you say that Mr. Arbery actually stopped. You said, stop right there, stop right where you're at, and he takes off running.
He takes off running.
Mm-hmm. So nowhere in here do you indicate to Detective Nohilly that he stopped long enough for you to say, the police are on their way, and that that's why he took off running. Nowhere in here and nowhere in your written statement is that indicated.
In those terms, saying it in that verbatim, I did not. But looking at this and how I was still under stress, still under the impact of what happened a couple hours after this, just 2 hours after the shooting, and then seeing how I was talking, under stress, nervous, scared, I know what I was talking about here, and that's what I was talking about. They call the cops, you know. Stop where you're at, call the cops. I'm probably choppy trying to talk to him, being nervous, and saying that I was saying this to Mr. Arbery, and then he takes off running. If you're running, he continued running. He takes off running. I think that's what I was talking about there.
So what were you nervous about while giving this statement?
I just killed a man. I had blood on me still. It was the most traumatic event of my life. I was scared to death. I mean, it was the most traumatic event of my life. I don't know anybody who wouldn't be scared or stressed or terrified or anything. I mean, it was horrible.
I'm talking about giving your statement 2 hours later at a police station. You were nervous because you thought you were going to jail, right?
No, I gave him a statement. I mean, if I would have,
somebody you don't think you're going to jail, is what you're saying.
I was going through an investigation. I was following the investigation.
So you saw Officer Duggan's body cam, correct? Officer Duggan, the first officer who testified, his body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you were standing right behind Officer Duggan while all that went on, right?
Yeah, I guess, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you've just shot Mr. Arbery 3 times with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
He's dead on the scene, correct?
Correct.
He's unarmed, correct?
He was.
All right. And your father came up to you and grabbed you by the shoulders and went, "You had no choice, you had no choice," right? You saw that?
Yes.
All right. You're covered in Mr. Arbery's blood. You go down to the police station, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Any idea where that came from?
No.
Let's keep going.
Okay. And at that point, you're in the safety of the police department giving your statement, correct?
Yes.
All right. You've got all the time in the world, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Detective Nohilly hasn't threatened you,
No,
hasn't forced you to make a statement,
he did not.
and didn't promise you anything in order to get you to make the statement.
Well, look real quick. He did not.
Okay. But you're telling this jury that you're all confused and you can't get the facts straight as you're telling the police about why it was you shot and killed a man.
I was trying with my best ability, but like I said, under the circumstances of going through a traumatic event, this is the most traumatic event that I have ever been through in my life. I don't know how. I've never been through a situation like that, so the reaction, trying to go through and trying to be as factual and tell as detailed as I could, and then looking through the transcript and being scattered as it was, I could tell that obviously I failed attempting to try as best I could. It just, this is what you got. I tried, and this is what happened.
So, fair to say you never told Detective Nohilly nor wrote down in your written statement that you told Mr. Arbery the police were on their way?
It seems that I attempted to say it in these words here.
And at that point, Mr. Arbery turns around and runs back down Burford to get away from you, correct?
That's correct.
So at this point in time, he's running away from you. He has not threatened you,
No.
hasn't pulled out a gun,
No, ma'am.
hasn't pulled out a knife,
He did not.
still arms at his sides,
That's correct.
and he's trying to get away from you.
And I was letting him run away. Yes, ma'am.
You were letting him run away.
That's correct.
Wasn't it your intention to go around the block and cut him off and find him over on the other side?
To head him off and to see where he's located. That was my intention, yes, ma'am.
All right. But you could have stopped right there and not done anything, right?
Yes, but then immediately after is when I saw his interaction with the black truck and realized that there is something to my suspicions here, and I would like to see where he is at when the cops come, which I assume that the police were on the way, that I would be able to tell them where he's at if they haven't located him at that point.
So you're telling this jury that your whole intention was just to go ahead and follow Mr. Arbery, keep an eye on him, and to just tell the cops there he is?
At that point, yes, ma'am.
Now, it's true that your father, while in the truck with you, going down Burford towards that end, was yelling at you, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off, right?
He was talking to me or was telling me, I don't know if he was saying cut him off or not. I know that he was saying, there he is, that's the guy. After that, I am not sure exactly what he said.
At this point, you're still yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop at the end of Burford.
I was not yelling at him on Burford, no, ma'am.
And at the end of Burford, you and your dad both got out of the pickup truck, correct?
When he turned and started running down Burford, when he was away, when he was not a threat, if he wanted to be a threat and he was going past that, yeah, I got out of the truck, yes, ma'am. When he turned and running away is when I got out of the vehicle.
Why in the world would Mr. Arbery be a threat to you?
Because of when I asked him what was going on and recognized that it was the guy that I saw on the 11th and Mr. Albenzi pointing, everything going down, and realized that it is him, and then how he reacted when I shined the lights on him on the 11th, yeah, you know, he acted like he did not want to be, he was obviously caught sneaking through the front yard. He was obviously where he wasn't supposed to be, where he hasn't been several times, and then he reaches into his pants. I think he has a gun, and that, I took that as a threatening gesture and walked in the house. Now it's the same guy on the 23rd that I've just pulled up to that turned out my father was correct. People pointing down the road, the same scene that this happened 12 days prior, that yes, there was a possibility that he may be armed with that gesture, but he didn't show me that, and he started running down the road. I was no longer under a threat if there was to be one, so I got out of the vehicle after my father got out of the vehicle to see what was going on and watch him.
So when you first pulled up to him, very first time, you confirmed it was him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You've testified under oath to this jury that I'm not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed, right?
That's correct.
And yet you want this jury to believe now that he was a threat to you, okay, and that you perceived him as a threat, yet you continued to chase him down Burford.
I didn't know if he was a threat or not. He never reached in his pockets, and I wanted to see what was happening. I figured I could talk to him at this point, or, you know, getting up to him on the second point.
But hadn't at this point he demonstrated not once, not twice, but 3 times he did not want to talk to you?
Which, when I'm at the stop, when I stopped at Burford?
Mm-hmm. Right, because you pulled up to him once, he doesn't want to talk to you. You back up, he doesn't want to talk to you. You pull down Burford, your dad's yelling, cut him off, and all of a sudden he runs back, he doesn't want to talk to you. That's 3 times he's demonstrated to you that he does not want to talk to you, correct?
Yes.
He's also demonstrated he's no threat to you. He hasn't pulled out a gun.
That's correct.
He hasn't said one word to you.
He has not.
He's not threatened you in any way, verbally or physically.
No, ma'am.
No knives.
No knives.
All right. He's not swearing at you, using profanity or anything like that, is he?
Didn't talk.
So at this point, you get out of the truck, correct?
That's correct.
And you get out with your shotgun.
No, I got out when my father got out to get in the back, and then my shotgun slipped and was in the floorboard where my feet were all over it. Once I'm out of the vehicle, it was safe to, I'm not going to reach it. I wasn't going to grab it while Mr. Arbery was right there. There was no reason for it. He's run off. I'm on the side of the truck, so at that point, I grabbed the shotgun out of the floorboard and put it back on the seat.
Your dad gets out with his .357 Magnum, correct?
I didn't know if he had it on him or not, or I knew he had it, but I didn't see it. He didn't have it in his hand.
So he didn't have it in his hand as he ran about 10 yards down the road after Mr. Arbery.
He didn't run down the road after Mr. Arbery.
So at this point, you see Mr. Bryan pull out in his black GMC truck to try and run Mr. Arbery off the road.
No, ma'am. I saw, after I put the shotgun back onto the seat when it was on the floorboard, and then watching Dad, or talking to Dad, or trying to figure out what's going on, and I looked back down the road. I don't know Mr. Bryan. I didn't know where he lived. I didn't see him when I had the first encounter with Mr. Arbery. My assumption, I was assuming from what I saw, that he came from Satilla. So the vehicle was at what I thought was the very end of the road. More than likely seeing the video the other day where the tree was closest to Burford. It was towards the end where it was almost on the road. I'm certain that's where I saw the encounter with them. And it didn't look like he was running them off the road. It actually looked like Mr. Arbery, I thought the vehicle was stopped, and it looked like Arbery went to the left side and then to the right and then went back to the left. It looked like he was engaging with that vehicle.
So you're all the way down here. I'll do it on this one. All the way down here.
Around there, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they're all the way down here by the time you look at them? Is that what you're saying?
By the time I noticed it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you want this jury to believe that you thought Mr. Arbery was the one engaging in this black vehicle, not that the black vehicle was trying to hit him or run him off the road.
I'm going to object to the form of the question you want this jury to believe. I think that's an improper form of the question. I think you can ask him questions and he can answer, but to insinuate that he has some motive for the jury to believe is improper.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
Thank you. So you want this jury to believe that it's Mr. Arbery who's the aggressor with the black truck, not that the black truck's the one trying to run him off the road to help you.
I didn't see the truck trying to run him off the road. What I saw from down there, what I saw was the vehicle looked to be at a stop, and Mr. Arbery was engaging the vehicle.
And then Mr. Arbery was able to get away from the black vehicle.
He ran past the vehicle.
And your dad wanted to go down there to see what was happening, right?
That's correct.
But you wanted to go around to cut him off.
No, ma'am. I wanted to get around and to see where he was at, not to cut him off. Not the way you're saying cut him off. No, I wanted to see where he was at, to be in that same area to let the police know where he was coming.
I'm going to have you take a look at page 24, middle of the page. I'm sorry, back up to page 23, please. All right. Take a look at page 23. So, line 16. So he turned and went back down this road. Dad's like, hey, go down there. I said, I'm not going through that. I'm not going back to him. And this is about the time that the black truck that was at the scene, that's when he tried to stop it.
Yes.
All right. So here you're telling the police the black truck at the scene was trying to stop Mr. Arbery.
That's what I was believing, yes.
Okay. And that was right here in this corner, just on Burford, probably a house past this intersection. So I turned and went this way.
Correct.
All right. And then he came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good. We'll have a chance to stop him now. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And then the black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop, stop. Well, he's running up the road, and I seen him coming. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you came around Holmes, and you were a few houses down when you encountered Mr. Arbery and yelled at him once again, stop, stop. Is that right?
I think I had it wrong on here. Like I said, once I was bouncing back and forth, trying to explain everything that happened, that I misspoke on there. I don't know where I would say to stop, stop. Where was it that I said stop? Came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good, we'll have a chance to stop him now. Black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop, stop. Well, he was running down the road. I seen him coming. So, yeah, that was at the end of Holmes, right on the other side of the dog leg.
All right. Well, do you notice how it says, investigator O'Hilly right after that says, which way is he running? And you said he's coming up this way. And where are you at this time? I came around and turned off this road. I'm not really sure how far I was. I was a few houses down. So you're a few houses down. He's asking you specifically, when did you say, hey, stop, stop? I was a few houses down, correct?
Yeah, on here, that's correct.
Okay. And you also got out of your truck at that time, a few houses down on Holmes Drive, correct?
On here is what I said, but I don't believe that's what happened. I believe I misspoke or had it wrong or had it mixed up to when I stopped at the end of Holmes.
Okay. But you also wrote it down in your written statement.
Which one?
Take a look at your written statement. It's about 2/3 of the way down.
On page
2. So I decided to continue down Burford towards Zellwood, then take on to Holmes to see if he would be there. Is that right? Do you see that line?
Yes.
Okay. And then it said, then you wrote, I made it halfway down and seen the individual turn and run back the way he came, then turn back toward me when the black GMC Chevy turned onto the road.
That's correct. That was at the end of Satilla.
Well, you said I got
Correct.
out of my truck and told him to stop, which he didn't. I got back into my truck and stopped just short of the stop sign on Holmes facing Satilla. So you had actually stopped, got out of your truck, told him to stop, which he didn't, then got back in your truck, then pulled down to Satilla and Holmes.
That, looking back after everything cooled off, where I stopped, and I don't recall if I got out or not. I think I had this mixed with when I finally pulled up. Both times where I said I stopped and got out, I was saying when I stopped and saw Mr. Arbery and the black truck coming at me. We were on Holmes, just short of where the shooting occurred. I probably yelled stop at him, but then once they passed me is when I pulled up a couple more feet and decided to stay where I was at. That's what I was speaking about here.
Isn't it true that at this point in time, when you're a few houses down Holmes, you stop, you get out, you yelled at him, stop, stop. That's when your father yelled at him, stop, or I'll blow your fucking head off?
I don't think so, no, ma'am.
Right, well, you don't think so? I mean, you were standing right there. You heard your father say this, yes?
I don't think I heard him say that, no, ma'am.
But you know that's what he told the police, he said.
In here in court is what I heard. Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, you're coming down Holmes, and you see Mr. Arbery coming toward you.
He was in the middle of a turn. He was on the right side of the road, turning left in that apex is when I saw him there. The first time I saw him on Holmes. He was in the middle of a turn, turning back towards Satilla on Holmes.
Is that what the video picks up?
I don't think so, no ma'am.
So you're saying that you're coming down this way, and he's running toward your truck, he's turning around, and he runs back this way. You don't see the black truck at this point?
No ma'am.
All right. But then all of a sudden he's running back toward you, and you see the black truck behind him?
No, when I came around the dogleg, the black truck and Mr. Arbery were together. The black truck obviously just came off of Satilla and were heading towards me on Holmes, towards Elwood.
So you're saying at this point you've made it all the way down here?
He was turning, he was on the right side of the road, turning left. When I saw him, he was in the mid of the turn, and then he turned and was out of sight around that dogleg, and I continued, and then once I got to
You get down to the end of here, having passed Mr. Arbery and the black truck.
No, I was at a stop and they passed me. I let Mr. Arbery run by and I let the vehicle pass me. I was stopped in the correct lane and saw them coming, and that was when Mr. Arbery and the black truck were, Mr. Arbery was running alongside the truck, grabbing at the mirror and the door, and then that's when they split. When they were coming into my lane, that's when they split. Mr. Arbery went on the passenger side, and the black vehicle went back into his lane and then was following Mr. Arbery as they went around that dogleg.
In order for you to get from here to here with them behind you, you had to have passed Mr. Arbery and the black pickup truck, correct?
That's when they passed me, was back there, was towards Tillo. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, will consider a restroom break.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a mid-morning recess. We'll take a 15-minute recess and then continue with the evidence in the case. Thank you.
All right for the jury. Please be seated.
All right. Excuse me, sir. You can go ahead and step down. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Quarter of. Thank you.
seat, please.
All right. Defendant's present, represented by counsel. I've got a lot of people standing.
I have, before we resume, Judge, we're noticing that juror number 12 is continuing to nod off. And we would at this point move to excuse her. We don't think it's appropriate for a jury to sleep through both the direct and the cross-examinations. And we're very concerned that she's missing some portion of evidence. And it's important to both sides that she listen to everything. And so we would move to excuse her and place an alternate in her place.
Mr. Hope.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to compare, yes, to make sure I knew exactly where we were. Yes, we would join in that. And what do you have, I don't have as good of a vantage point from where we're sitting to see the jury most of the time. But based on what the court has reported and what our defendant's counsel has reported, I want an attentive juror.
I think, although obviously I probably have the poorest vantage point in the courtroom, particularly this morning with the easel. I'm not complaining, but I would feel constrained to join in that motion. That's why we have alternates.
State objects. I've been up here cross-examining Mr. McMichael and turning and looking at the jurors. I have not noticed any one of them not paying attention at all. They seem to be paying very, very close attention to this testimony.
Yeah, and I've been watching 12. You know, I will say there are moments where she appears tired. She has not slept through the evidence that I have been able to notice. It was brought to my attention yesterday. She was moved. There were no issues yesterday afternoon. I'm going to keep an eye on her this morning and just get some idea of what, if any, consistency there is with what's happening. Based on that, the court will make some decisions on whether to inquire with her, whether she's missed any evidence, and move from there. But at this point, I'm not going to take the step of striking her, as the court will effectively take the matter under advisement. I'm going to continue to watch the juror. Obviously, if there is, if it goes beyond where it is now with her, I'll take appropriate measures, and if I need to follow up further at the end of this morning, I'll do so. Mr. Goff.
We'd also like the record to know two things before we start back up. After this examination of the witness began or continued, my understanding is the Right Reverend Jesse Jackson is again being in court. I think he's back there in the dark shirt. Putting that on the record, not going to re-argue anything. And I would also note that there is or was an individual walking about in the foyer outside the courtroom earlier today with a black sweatshirt saying, "I support black pastors." And given that the black pastors support the conviction of our client, we would object to those kinds of slogans being outside in the foyer where witnesses are sitting. It is not just an issue with the jurors who may or may not see them as they come in and out of the courtroom, but now we have witnesses being exposed to all this. And again, you know, it raises questions. I've noted it for the record. The court can decide with it what it will.
It's all noted for the record then. I can't speak to whatever may be happening outside the courtroom. There are procedures that the court is aware of that are in place, and something's brought to my attention that is deviating from those procedures, then I'll go ahead and address that. I will note that Reverend Jackson is in the courtroom. Beyond that, anything from the state before we proceed with the witness?
No, Judge.
From Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and Mr. Brown.
No, Your Honor.
Witness is seated. Remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go get the panel.
All right, with jury.
And so he turns around and runs back toward your truck and Mr. Bryan's truck.
From the video, yes.
Isn't it true that the reason he turned around is he saw your truck coming at him down Holmes?
From that video there, I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
And isn't it true that you're coming back down Holmes and he sees the front of your truck, so he turns around and that you pass him as he's passing Mr. Bryan?
No, ma'am.
So, for absolutely no reason whatsoever, Ahmaud Arbery, who could have kept running up Holmes to get away from both of these pickup trucks that have been chasing him, turns back around to go back towards both the pickup trucks.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor. The reason that he turns is a speculation. Sorry. The reason, she's asking you to speculate as to the reason he turns.
If you can rephrase it.
Sure thing.
Your Honor, I'm asking for the court to either sustain or...
It's sustained. She can rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge.
Point out the witnesses on the cross. So the court is permitting her to ask open-ended questions, just like the defense would be permitted to ask open-ended, and was permitted to ask open-ended questions on cross. Ms. Tynecastle.
Thank you. So, when you assert that your truck is behind Mr. Arbery, and we know Mr. Bryan's truck is behind Mr. Arbery, Mr. Arbery has the opportunity now to run up Holmes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And yet, on the video, we see him turn around. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To run back toward the black pickup truck that had already tried to hit him 4 times. Is that correct?
I didn't see him try to run him over.
Did you hear Mr. Bryan's statements in open court while you were sitting here?
I did.
All right. And you know he told the police that on 4 separate occasions he tried to hit Mr. Arbery. You know that.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
That's sustained. Okay,
All right.
rephrase that.
I'll rephrase that. Did you hear the officers testify to what Mr. Bryan had said?
I heard the officers testify to that, yes.
All right. And you heard that Mr. Bryan told the police that Mr. Arbery tried to get into his truck or grab his handle or whatever that was on Burford.
On Burford, yes.
All right. And so, at this point, you're telling this jury, I just want to make sure that the turning around, you don't know why Mr. Arbery turned around, is what you're telling this jury.
I don't know why.
Okay. But when he turned around, you're contending he's now running back towards both your truck and Mr. Bryan's truck.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to ask you about this whole thing about on Holmes, Mr. Arbery's trying to attack a truck, is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You never told anyone that in any of your statements, did you?
I did not.
And that's something you've now told this jury for the very first time, correct?
Yesterday, yes.
All right. You never mentioned that he was running alongside the black truck in any of your statements?
In the statements, no.
All right. You never mentioned that you were worried about the person in the black truck because you saw the person trying to attack his truck?
Can I refer to the notes?
Sure.
Look. No, I just say that he's running back to that truck. I did not say that that he was attacking that vehicle in this thing.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to when you're parked at Holmes and Satilla.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so at that point, during what we see here with Mr. Bryan going up and turning around, Mr. Arbery had actually run to your white truck.
Yes, he has ran to my white truck once already at this point.
All right, and You ran forward toward him, correct?
When he turned and ran back, I went to follow him and decided that that's the last thing I needed to do, and I came back. And he ran around the corner, and I lost sight of him. Yes, ma'am.
At that point that he ran to your truck and then ran away from your truck, had his hands out at his side.
He did. Well, he was, yeah, running.
He was running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't run to your truck and pull out a weapon?
He ran to the truck, but was directing to the truck, but didn't pull out anything. No, ma'am.
Okay. And so he runs up. How close did he get to the truck the very first time?
Probably from me to you at the furthest, I would say. It was close. Yes, ma'am.
And you got out of your truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You got out with a shotgun that time?
I did not.
So you got out of your truck and you yelled at him. Stop.
As he was getting close to me, yes, I was yelling at him at that point to stop. Yes, ma'am.
And he turned around to run back.
He did.
Didn't threaten you in any way?
No.
Didn't verbally threaten you?
Not
Like
verbally.
yell at you?
Not verbally, no.
Didn't swear at you?
Didn't swear.
Didn't say anything?
Did not.
Didn't pull out a gun?
He did not pull out a gun.
Turned around and ran away?
Once he got from me to you, directed to me, once I reached into my truck is when he turned and ran away. Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, you're reaching into your truck, and he sees you do this.
Yes,
He turns and runs away.
he did. Yes, ma'am.
So now we see him running back. And you said he ran up around the dog leg, right?
He did. Correct.
And at that point, we see him running back down the dog leg. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he got back to that blue mailbox and then had to turn around and headed back towards you.
I believe he was past the blue mailbox.
So he got past the blue mailbox,
Yeah, he was completely out of sight.
right? But now, in the video, we can see that he's turned around and is heading back toward you.
That's correct.
And at this point, he's pinned between the two pickup trucks.
He is between two pickup trucks. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to freeze frame it right here. You've raised your shotgun at him at this point.
At that point, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he's 30 to 40 yards away from you.
That's what I was put on the. That's what I said in the statement and wrote, I believe. Thinking back on it now, I think it was 30 to 40 feet. It was closer to 30, 40 yards. It was 30, 40 yards, what, 120 feet? He was not that far away from me.
All right. And at this point right here, hasn't said anything to you,
No, he has not said anything yet. No, ma'am.
hasn't verbally threatened you,
Verbally, no.
still running with his hands at his sides,
Directly towards me, yes, ma'am.
hasn't pulled out a gun,
Hasn't seen a weapon yet, no, ma'am.
and hasn't shown you a weapon this entire time,
He has not.
hasn't said a word the entire time.
Not one time.
All he's done is run away from you.
Run past me, yes, ma'am.
And you pulled out a shotgun and pointed it at him.
Running directly towards me, and this is now the second time on the road coming directly, and then watching how he interacted with the pickup truck in that general location when I pulled it first time, attacking the truck, and then seeing him interact with the vehicle on Burford, saying that the police are coming, him turning and running, on top of seeing Mr. Albenzi pointing, and the whole February 11th episode. I was under the impression, and I was, at this point, this guy can be a threat, and he is coming directly to me. Yes, I pointed the shotgun at him to deter him from coming directly to me, which was effective at that point there.
So you're under the impression, is that right? You're under the impression, because of all those things that you just mentioned, that what, that he could be a threat to you?
Yes.
Now, let's let's take a look at State's Exhibit. $129. All right. Your father is in the pickup truck, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he has his .357 Magnum, correct?
He has it, yes.
All right. And this is when you finally have given him the phone and said, call 911.
Seconds before this is when I gave him, when I dialed 911 after I realized that I was misunderstood, that he has not called 911 or had not called 911, and realized the error and called, and then gave my dad the phone once I saw Mr. Arbery coming back at me this third time. Gave it to him, once he was coming around that dog leg. Yes, ma'am.
And your father had 30 years of law enforcement, is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. So, and he knows how to take care of himself, doesn't he?
He knows how.
Oh, I know. And he's got a handgun with him, right?
Yes.
And he's on higher ground, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, I would say higher ground. I'd say vulnerable.
And you never once, anywhere in your police statement, said you were ever worried about your father or him being attacked at all. Never said that once in any of your statements.
In the statements, I guess not. No, ma'am.
So at this point, you and your dad are both yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop.
I am yelling. I'm sure my dad is, but I was not paying attention to what my father was saying.
All right. So at this point in time, you are right next to your pickup truck in the doorway, right?
I'm right in the crux of it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. And Mr. Arbery is moving this way, and then he's moving that way, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have now moved yourself out of that crux of the doorway into the roadway. Is that right?
Yes, because when I drew down on him, and then because he was coming directly toward me, focused in on me, and I drew down on him, he immediately broke his direction and went to the right. When he went to the right, I came to the left to gain distance. I was thinking that what I would do, or anybody else, would go across the yard, would run across the yard. Well, as I was going across, I saw that he turned and started directing towards me on the road again, and then turned a third time and then went back to the side of the vehicle. So I was trying to gain distance.
Gain distance. So you're expecting that he should take action to get away from you because you're pointing a shotgun at him.
I was not wanting him to come to charge me, to attack me, which I was assuming was happening. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing.
So him running down this road, being pursued by Mr. Bryan's truck, is him attacking you.
The last time that I saw Mr. Bryan's truck was when I was at a stop just before where I'm at now, and he was was all over that truck. And they left, and I never saw that truck turn around, and then Mr. Arbery is coming back to me, yelling at him, stop, directing to me. He wasn't going to the left, he wasn't going to the right. He was coming straight to me that first time. I was thinking, all right, he's going to try to get in this truck, or he's going to try to attack me or my dad or who knows what. He was acting weird. He was acting funny when I was trying to talk to him prior. So I'm on alert. He turns, runs off, comes back. I'm sure I saw Mr. Bryan's truck in this instance, but I was focused on what I perceived as a threat. So I don't even remember the question now.
Well, I think the question is, you didn't know what he was doing except continuing to run away from Mr. Bryan's truck.
No, he was coming towards me.
Right, but you just said, who knows what? You didn't know what this guy was going to do, right?
I did not.
And all he had done so far is run away from you, right?
He has ran past me and ran away, and I let him run away, yes. Yes.
But at this time, you're not letting him run away. You're pointing a shotgun at him, correct?
I am not letting him run to me, directly to me.
And he doesn't. He runs around there, right?
He did.
Mm-hmm. And comes around that corner, and you have closed the distance yourself on him, haven't you?
I have gone to the front of my truck. I did not go to the passenger side of my truck at that time. I was trying to keep an eye on him to make sure that he didn't try to get in my truck or try to get to my dad or who knows, go into the passenger side or what. I was trying to keep an eye on him, and I would think that he's avoided me once I aimed the shotgun at him. If he sees me in the front of the truck, then he will not come back around, which I was thinking was more than likely was going to happen, and then he would continue to go.
So at this point in time, you could have stepped closer to your pickup truck and kept that pickup truck between you and him, correct?
Can you say that again?
Sure thing. You have moved out in the road. You've aimed this shotgun at Mr. Arbery.
I did.
Mr. Arbery goes to the passenger side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay? Your dad is still yelling at him because we can hear him go, "Stop, goddammit, stop," right?
Yes.
You could have easily just stepped back to your pickup truck and watched him keep going, right?
I could have, yes, but I still didn't know what he could have done right there where I couldn't see him. And to get closer to the pickup, to get closer to Dad, to get to the truck, if he's going to try to come to the truck, I will be right there. So I was thinking that he was a threat, that he might go after myself, father.
That a man who has spent 5 minutes running away from you, you're now thinking is somehow going to want to continue to engage with you, someone with a shotgun, and your father, a man who's just said, "Stop or I'll blow your fucking head off," by trying to get in their truck?
That's what it shows, yes, ma'am.
He comes around the front of the truck, and you are right there with that shotgun, correct?
I was coming around, and then as soon as I was at the front corner panel, he turned, and yes, we were on each other.
That's your head right here.
That is my head.
All right. You heard the medical examiner testify that Mr. Arbery's hand was between him and the shotgun, and he was shot here into his torso, correct?
That's the theory, yes, ma'am.
That was the medical examiner giving his opinion, correct?
His opinion, I'm sorry, correct.
Okay. And you saw the digital evidence that backed that up with the arterial spurt from his arm before the first 2 shots, correct?
Yes.
All right. You testified yesterday that Mr. Arbery grabbed your shotgun.
That's correct.
All right. Do you remember Detective Nohilly specifically asking you if he grabbed your shotgun?
I do.
All right. And you then said, you want to take a look at it?
Page 30, which page, 31?
I'll find it for you. Page 44.
44.
So do you remember describing the first interaction that you had with him? When he came around the corner?
Reading it, yes, ma'am.
All right, so you told Detective Nohilly that he came up, meaning Mr. Arbery, and that I think that's when he hit me or started striking. He was on me. He had my shirt, you know, or something to that point. I had the gun. I was too close to draw down on him. I did like that, you know, and he's still fighting, and I was just like, and at that time, you're showing Detective Nohilly that you had the gun like this, correct?
Yes, yes.
And Detective Nohilly specifically asked you, do you remember if he grabbed the shotgun at all? And your response was, I want to say he did, but honestly, I cannot remember. I mean, me and him were face to face the entire time. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, and I was trying to think of that exact moment. Trying to give him, like I said, trying to give him as much detail as possible under the stress and of all this going on. It was obvious that he had the gun from what I was saying in here, rereading it, that he had the weapon the way that I was describing it. But why I said he did not have the gun at that second, I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, that's what I said. I want to say he did, but I honestly cannot remember.
So you didn't shoot him because he grabbed the barrel of your shotgun. You shot him because he came around that corner, and you were right there, and you just pulled that trigger immediately.
No, I was struck, and we were face to face and being struck, and that's when I shot. So he came up, I think it was when we were hit, he started striking, he was on me, he had a shirt or, you know, something to that point, and I had the gun. And I was too close to draw on him.
So you're saying that all of that took place. He's got your shirt, he's striking you, you've got the gun up in this thing, and you can't draw down on him, and it's a struggle, and he's on you, and you're going back and forth in front of the truck? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what happened?
That's on the video, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was shot right here in the torso, and it all came up, all pellets right back here. Okay? So your gun was parallel to the ground. Yes?
Yeah, if you grab a shotgun and snatch it away, it will straighten a shotgun out. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so which one was it? Was it like this, or was it like this?
It was obviously like that in the video. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It happened so fast, and trying to recall and everything, I've obviously missed every minute detail.
All right, so let's talk about some of the things that you chose not to do with this matter, okay? You could have made sure that you and your dad called the police from your house at 230 Satilla Drive before you ever got in that pickup truck, correct?
I could have, but I was under the impression that he has called the police when we left there.
And you could have just continued to drive behind Mr. Arbery and not even speak to him or confront him at all. Isn't that true?
I could have, yes.
And you could have just let him run away when he took off in front of Mr. Bryan's house. From the Night Owl video we saw, you could have just gone, okay, he's running, we'll just, you know, let him go, or just drive behind him really slowly, right?
Could have and did after I realized that he was not going to talk to me and turn around and ran away.
And you could have stayed in your truck over on Holmes Drive, right?
Could have, yes.
And you could have stayed in your truck until he ran by and then driven away to go ahead and follow him, right?
I could have, yes.
not once during your statement to the police did you say that you and your father were trying to arrest Mr. Arbery, did you?
In the statement?
Yeah, to the police.
No, ma'am.
All right. You never told the police that you said to Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest, correct?
I did not.
Okay. In fact, you never did tell Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest for the crime of fill in the blank.
I didn't have time. I was still trying to get him to stop.
Now let's talk a bit about your attitudes towards sort of vigilantism, okay? You've posted several times on Facebook some things, and we talked about one of them in response to Kim Ballesteros, where it's like, you're playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood. Do you remember posting that?
Yes.
All right. And in response to another post about crime on the website, you responded, arm up, correct?
Was that the Ballesteros one?
July 1st, 2019, a post by Lindy Kofer. Your first response was arm up. Do you remember that? Would you like to see it?
Yes, please. I would.
Oh, I think your attorneys want to see it first.
Probably so.
I'll show it.
Thank you.
Is that a fresh recollection that you said to arm up?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
In addition, back in January of 2019, do you recall having a Facebook conversation with a Lacey Allison Cox?
I do.
All right. And at that point, do you remember telling her about how she felt that you need to make examples out of somebody if they steal stuff, and you said, that's right, hope y'all catch the vermin.
That's correct.
All right. In addition, she was kind of worried about her father, because she said, we have had a lot of trouble with...
Object to hearsay, Your Honor.
I guess this is a post connected with the witness? It's not in court?
I'll ask a better question.
Thank you.
Do you remember
I'm not sure
sorry.
what the context was, so to the extent it may have been hearsay, it's sustained.
Okay.
Okay, I will rephrase. Do you remember telling her that your old man is the same as her old man, which is slap crazy, old as dirt, and doesn't care about going to jail? Do you remember that?
I don't think I wrote that.
Okay. on the top of the second page. Take a look at that, see if that refreshes your recollection.
Top of the second?
Mhm. Does that refresh your recollection about what you agreed with Ms. Cox about?
Yes, agreed to respond to it, yes, ma'am.
All right. She said, we've had a lot of trouble with thieves. It just worries me because my daddy is slap old crazy, LOL. He's old as dirt and doesn't care about jail. And you responded, that's what this world needs more of. My old man is the same way.
I did say that, yes, ma'am.
And then the next line is, you said, hell, I'm getting that way.
I did say that.
She said, have to make an example out of somebody. You said, that's right. Hope y'all catch the vermin, correct?
I did.
So your attorney has repeatedly stated a recurring theme here for you, that when seconds count, the police are minutes away. Have you heard him say that numerous times?
I've heard him say it, yes.
Okay. Is that your statement?
It's not.
Then why is your attorney saying that?
I guess that's what he believes.
Okay. That's not what you believe.
I can agree with that, but I don't think I've said that.
I'll go ahead and pass the defendant back.
Can you read it? Briefly. You've been cross-examined a bit about why you were making certain decisions to approach or not Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir.
Or what you thought about when he was approaching you.
That's correct.
And you've been shown your transcript, the statement that you had with Officer Nohilly. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Take a look at page 7, line 1.
Seven, line 1.
Can you recall what you said to Officer Nohilly there?
Objection. Inappropriate question. This is not a prior consistent or prior inconsistent statement at this time.
It's a rehabilitation of the witness after he's been cross-examined about his intent and why he made the decisions this day. This is a prior statement by him that is consistent with his testimony and to rehabilitate him after cross-examination. It's perfectly permissible. He's been questioned extensively, Your Honor, about what he said.
You're rehabilitating him on
Yes,
what
sir.
you're claiming to be that
Yes.
statement.
Okay. What do you say, page 7, line 1?
1 to just line 1, or
Well, my copy, so we can make sure I limit.
or the full statement before the officer?
The first full sentence there.
Okay.
You haven't read it out loud, or if he remembers the statement?
Yeah.
Or how are we doing this?
You haven't, just read it, what he said to the officer.
Well, objection at that point.
Okay.
Improper.
Do you recall what you said to the officer?
I do.
Don't read it. What did you
Okay.
say to the officer?
I told, it was, to close it down, that,
Let me do this. What date were you speaking about when you were talking to the officer?
I was speaking of February 11th, when I saw him, the first time that I encountered him.
Okay. And did you tell the officer or give the officer an impression of what you thought about Mr. Arbery at that time?
Yes, I said that when I stepped out that he was not there, he wasn't clearly there, and he reached into his pocket.
What did you mean by clearly not that Mr. Arbery clearly was not there?
The way that he was interacting with me, the way that he was reacting to just being caught creeping or lurking in the shadows to reach into a pocket and then just stay, I would say, bold, or having a brazen moment where you do that and then just go into the house, continue to do what you were doing. It was not, it was off. It just wasn't, it was
And did
strange.
you share this with Officer Nohilly a couple hours after
Yeah, I
this
did.
incident?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. If you'll go to page 9, line 3. Before you do that, at any point in time, did you try to describe Mr. Arbery's behavior as you were interpreting it on Burford Road
To,
to Officer Nohilly?
I did, yes.
Okay. And do you recall how you described his behavior?
Yes.
Okay, how did you describe it?
Funny, acting funny, clearly not there.
Okay, let me stop you. What do you mean by acting, what did you mean by acting funny?
The way that his facial expressions when I first pulled up, you know, the anger, and then not speaking, not talking at all. It wasn't like ignoring me or you know, trying to ignore me. It was just the way that he was expressing himself. He just wasn't talking. He was in an anger state, and
And what was your interpretation of that?
that he could be.
Relevance.
Goes to his
Calls for
conduct.
speculation and not relevant as to his interpretation.
I think it is relevant. It's not speculating, it's just his interpretation.
It's sustained.
Did you ever indicate to Officer Nohilly that you felt something was just not right with Mr. Arbery?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall ever indicating to Officer Nohilly that you were just wanting to watch him and hope that he would continue to run past you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You were I don't have anything further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Why don't you just go ahead and leave those there? Thank you. Not sure whose transcripts those are. So why don't you go ahead and step down. Whoever left their transcripts up there, if you go ahead and grab them. Try to figure out where we are, and a little early to break for lunch.
You may have a brief witness.
What would you
Just
think?
give me a minute. Defense calls Lindsay Kofer.
Kofer?
Kofer, C-O-F-E-R.
Take mask off.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat.
Hi, Ms. Kofer.
Hello.
Ms. Cofer, I just want to ask you a few brief questions. If you just wouldn't mind telling us where you live,
Satilla Shores,
how long have you lived there?
since 1976.
1976. What road do you live off of?
Satilla Drive, I live on Satilla Drive.
Okay. Have you ever been involved with any of the Facebook pages associated with Satilla Shores?
Yes, I'm a member of the Satilla Shores homeowners page.
Oh, I see. And any other types of pages that involve the Exit 29 area or the Satilla Shores area?
Some time back, I was a member of the Exit 29 News Facebook page, but I elected to come off of that because I felt they were brutal,
Too much information?
rude.
Rude, just people being rude on social media.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. What kind of neighborhood is Satilla Shores, generally speaking?
A rural, pleasant neighborhood. I don't know for
That's
sure.
fair,
I don't
fair.
know really what you're looking for.
Okay. The types of people that live in the neighborhood presently and over the last couple of years?
Families, all ages. It's my impression that we have a socioeconomic mix and also ethnicity mix. It's been a pleasant place to live all these years, and a lot of families, retired people.
Very good. Do you know Travis McMichael or Greg McMichael?
No.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask you any questions about them, but I do want to ask you a couple more questions about the neighborhood and the Facebook page.
Okay.
Have you ever used the Facebook page as a source to get information about crime in the neighborhood?
As I observe the Facebook page, there are many kinds of information we see, and often there would be reports of utility issues or crime issues as someone reported them according to their opinion.
Did you get a sense that what you were reading on the Facebook page about crime specifically, who was reporting about crime on the Facebook page?
Residents.
Okay. Did you get a sense about what kind of crime was happening in your neighborhood?
Based on what I saw on Facebook for the Satilla
And
Shores,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to hearsay from Facebook unless this witness has personal knowledge of actual crime.
Do you have personal knowledge of actual crime?
I do not.
Okay. Did you use the Facebook page, though, to learn about whether crime had been committed in your neighborhood?
Yes,
Okay. Did you at all try to pay attention to the type of crime so that you could try to make decisions about how you might need to protect yourself from crime?
And objection, Your Honor. This witness has testified that she does not know any of these defendants, so we would object to her testimony as irrelevant at this point.
She's being offered as a resident of the neighborhood where she's learning through Facebook about things that are ongoing and how it's impacted her.
That's sustained. I mean, she's already testified to what her opinions were of Facebook. She doesn't know the defendants, doesn't know anything about what social media they would have been engaged in. So we're now just talking about what her knowledge of crime in the neighborhood may have been. It's sustained.
Did you post on Facebook after reading things from people about crime?
I think once or twice I did.
Why did you do that?
I don't know if there's a reason why anybody posts on Facebook. I don't know.
Did you ever be...
And Judge, I would renew my objection to this line of questioning as irrelevant, Judge.
You take it further. I mean,
Yeah.
objection to this.
Do you recall making statements about trying to help catch the people who were committing crimes in the neighborhood by hiding in a car and surprising them?
There was one time, there was a remark, something on Facebook about the activity that someone was reporting
Right.
of what took place in the neighborhood. And I think I said on Facebook one time something about they had said people were breaking into vehicles. What I read was they said that.
Right.
And then I said something to the effect of, wouldn't it be funny if someone hid in a car and surprised them?
Right. Did you share posts on Facebook yourself about crime happening in the neighborhood as a way to be a good neighbor?
Yes.
Okay.
Not my own experience,
own,
but
that's right.
shared someone else's.
Fair enough. And did you post on this account to help neighbors understand about some of the crime that was going on, not just in the area, but also in Satilla Shores?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Did you post on the Satilla Shores Facebook page to also notify other neighbors about crime that had been happening in Satilla Shores?
Yes.
Objection deleted, Your Honor.
Well, now let's keep her on direct.
Did you become aware of some squatters or individuals living under the bridge near Satilla Shores?
Yes, one.
One, did you make some comments about that on Facebook as well, or discuss that with neighbors? Do
I
you
think
recall?
on Facebook I made a remark when someone said something about people they didn't recognize being in the neighborhood and things coming up missing, that I had made a remark it could have been someone, I knew someone was living under the bridge, because as I went by boat, I saw trash and I saw a person there under the bridge living there, and I thought it was possible someone had come off the highway and come into our neighborhood since it's a county road.
And do you own a firearm?
I do.
Do you have a carry permit?
No, mine's expired since COVID.
Ah, okay. All right. One moment, ma'am. I'm just.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you passed the witness. Yeah, no, I don't. I thought you passed the witness. I'm sorry.
My apologies, Ms. Cofer. Just give me one moment. That's all I have. Thank you. They may have a question for you.
Just briefly, Judge. Hi, Ms. Gopher.
Hello.
My name is Larissa Olivia. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case, okay? I just have a couple questions for you. Were you personally the victim of any crime?
Not in over 30 years,
In over 30 years, and you were living in Satilla Shores for how long?
since 1976.
Okay, so since then, you're not personally a victim of any crime, right?
Well, since 1976 I was, but it's been more than 30 years ago
Okay,
that I was a victim of any crime.
okay. Do you believe that someone stealing is deserving of death penalty, Mr. Cofer?
Relevance, Your Honor.
I always
In the
draw the
law.
question, Judge.
We've got a motion to make at this point.
I mean,
Finish the examination of the witness.
we're done.
That's all I have for Ms. Cofer. Thank you.
Ben, you can go ahead and sit down. I'm sorry. I'm going to go and
No, thank
You can
you.
go ahead and sit down. Thank you, Ben. You can go ahead and step down. Is she subject to recall?
She is not subject to recall.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your
You
Honor.
are excused. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're to get breaking point for lunch. We will, let's recess for an hour. We'll plan to get back to the evidence at 12:45. Again, during the recess, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in an hour. Thank you.
It's all right for the jury. Please be seated.
Your Honor, I have a motion motion. Thank you. I would ask the court, on behalf of Greg McMichael, that the jury be brought back in after lunch, that in front of the jury, Miss Olivier be admonished for asking a question that she knew or certainly ought to have known was impermissible, as was clear by the fact that she made no attempt to defend it. And number two, that the jury be instructed to disregard that question and whatever feelings it might have made them have. And I will state for the record, because we don't have daily reports coming out, that the question was, do you believe that someone stealing is deserving of the death penalty? It's inappropriate, it's incendiary, it's prejudicial, it's improper, and we ask that she be sanctioned in front of the jury for having done that in any case, but in such a serious case.
We join you.
Your Honor, I'd join in that motion, and if I can have the lunch recess to confer with counsel without waiving the issue, I don't understand why we're not moving why there wasn't a motion for a mistrial. I don't know how you cure that, but given all the time that we've put into this trial, and I'm talking about everybody in the judicial system, before making that motion, if the court will allow me, I'd like to have the lunch break to confer. Maybe there's something I'm missing here, that's not the appropriate thing to ask for. But if I have to do it now or lose it, then I'm going to move for a mistrial.
How about this? You've reserved it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And state before we recess.
Just note for the record that Juror 12 paid attention fully, was totally engaged, and absolutely no issues with Juror 12 during this period.
Watching Juror 12, and that accurately reflects the court's observations of Juror number 12 also during the...
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing you.
That accurately reflects the court's observations of Juror number 12 during the second half of the morning's proceedings. All right, we are in recess for an hour. I will take the matter under advisement. At some point, I would like to hear from the state on that question. Maybe we'll do it when we come back after lunch.
Your Honor, without pushing the court, I would ask that if the court wishes to hear from the state, from the prosecutor who made that remark, that she be asked to respond to it now, just as we needed to provide this request at the moment that it happened and contemporaneous with the error.
Fair enough. Anything from the state?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Why you asked that question?
That the question, what do you believe someone who steals is subject to the death penalty?
Yes, Your Honor. I believed it was an appropriate question for Ms. Kofer, given that I had her on cross-examination. I thought it was an appropriate question.
Matters under advisement. We are in recess. All right, we are back on. Defendants are present, represented by counsel. Did you get my mic on yet?
Sorry,
All right, Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, after pondering over the lunch, talking with my client, conferring with esteemed co-counsel, and with all due respect to them, on behalf of Mr. Bryan, I am moving for a mistrial at this time based upon the question posited to the witness in the presence of the jury in this case. I'm not going to belabor the comment itself. I'm not going to belabor the comment itself. I think co-counsel have already addressed that, and the state has already provided their explanation for it. But I think the best way I can characterize it, the question would be the way another argument in this case was characterized as being reprehensible. Not the person, but the statement. We're asking for a mistrial at this point because we just don't see any way that that issue can be cured. And part of the reason I say that, Your Honor, is, you know, it just brings all kinds of different problem issues in this case all together in a way that creates a puzzle. You know, and I don't see, with all due respect to the McMichael defendant's counsel, I don't see how we unring the bell, how the jurors unhear what they heard, and I don't know how the court cures it without bringing more attention to other issues. I mean, I thought the state was all concerned about talking about punishment and penalties and stuff. I thought this was an issue we discussed before trial, and I don't know how the court addresses this to the jury without bringing attention to punishment issues in the case. It's just unfortunate, and obviously it was arguably intentional in the question itself. It wasn't, we've already heard a statement, it was not an accident, it wasn't a misspeak of words, it was intentional. And we think that a mistrial is the only remedy under the circumstances.
From the other defendants on the motion.
We are waiting to see what you do about our motion to admonish and a curative instruction.
I agree with Ms. Hogue.
From the state.
We leave it to the discretion of the court.
All right. Yeah, the court indicated that I'd take the lunch break to think through exactly what to do. The court does find that the question that was presented was inflammatory and irrelevant and completely unnecessary, particularly given the witness that was on the stand. It has potentially injected into this case issues not appropriate for the jury and which were in fact discussed and brought up pre-trial. Counsel should have either known or should have known that this was a question that should not have been asked. And therefore, counsel is admonished by the court and is instructed not to repeat such actions subject to the contempt powers of the court. The court does, in fact, or will instruct the jury that the state has been admonished based on the question. I'm not going to repeat the question. And I'm going to instruct them to disregard the question asked and any implications arising therefrom. That is the intent of the court. The motion for mistrial is going to be denied, with the court finding that the admonishment is the appropriate remedy and the instruction to the panel addresses the matter presented.
And just for the record, Your Honor, the court's going to do this in front of the jury, and I just don't want to be perceived as having waived by failing to accept. I'm just putting on the record that we do not believe the curative instruction will be sufficient. If the court wants me to come back up and say that again after the court actually does it, I can do that, but in the interest of efficiency, I'm just asking if the court will recognize this, preserve the motion for mistrial, notwithstanding the curative instruction, or does the court want me to get up again and renew it after the curative instruction?
As far as the court is concerned, the court's ruled on the mistrial, and I have, I guess, pulled the motions together. I am providing, I've admonished the state indicated the court's position with regard to the question, indicated that the contempt powers of the court would be the next remedy available if such action was taken, and I will indicate to the panel that the state has been admonished as such and instruct them to disregard the question. So that addresses both the motion from the McMichaels as well as with the court denying the motion for mistrial, will instead be providing the instruction that I have just indicated.
Thank you.
Anything from the state before we continue? Actually, it's the defendant's case, Chief. Anything from McMichaels before we continue?
We're ready, but I think Greg might.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the McMichaels, I'd like the court to either revisit or think outside the presence of the jury about a ruling on an objection made earlier concerning the use of Facebook posts with defense witnesses. The Facebook page that is informing the residents of Satilla Shores, including Travis McMichael, is relevant in this situation. And here is how. We didn't have the opportunity to argue this for Your Honor. Travis McMichael took the stand. He testified that he was informed by a number of sources about crime in the neighborhood, and that one of those sources was the Satilla Shores Facebook page. The Satilla Shores Facebook page is something that the state had acquired early on and had been provided to us in discovery. The Satilla Shores Facebook page has been something that was used on cross-examination of Travis McMichael, and the question before the jury as to whether or not this neighborhood had been experiencing an uptick in crime is relevant to the issues the jury will have to resolve, because it goes to one of those factors concerning the totality of the circumstances. What did Travis and Greg know at the time they made the decision to do the things they did, to choose to be proactive instead of, as the state has asked Mr. McMichael on the stand, just choosing to stay home or call 911. Additionally, the state has continued to argue through evidence and GCPD and GBI agents that it really wasn't all that bad out there. So, Your Honor, prohibiting the defense from questioning Satilla Shore residents who were involved in posting or reading Facebook posts on the Satilla Shores Facebook page, and who will testify that what they saw and either posted and read informed some of the choices and decisions they made about their own liberty and their freedom and their safety and security, is a relevant inquiry for this court now that we know and have had a witness to say that Travis McMichael saw the page, that his mother would see the page and would talk to him and his father about it. For that reason, it would be just like excluding any questioning of a witness about something she read in the Brunswick News. The Brunswick News says, hey, a serial killer has just escaped from the Brunswick jail, the Glynn County jail. Everyone lock your doors. Well, maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it sure does inform the decisions they make and the thought process that they have. For that reason, Your Honor, so long as the proper foundation is laid, the defense contends that we ought to be able to question and allow our defense witnesses to testify about things they saw, things they posted on Satilla Shore Facebook page, and how those things they saw and posted informed their decision making.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge. First off, Travis McMichael was shown Facebook posts that he made, and that he responded to and that he commented on. So that doesn't really go to that argument. The problem here is, how is it connected to Travis McMichael? Travis McMichael testified appropriately that I looked at Facebook and I thought there was an uptick in crime. That's his perception, that's his opinion, and that's before the jury. So that's fine. But putting Miss Lindy Kofer up, which they just did, who said, I've never been the victim of a crime, and yes, I would repost other people's things on Facebook, there's been no causal link between what she did and her Facebook postings and Travis McMichael. There's been absolutely nothing that connects the two of them that makes it relevant. and her perception and opinion. Now, if she had taken the stand and said, yes, I saw a Facebook post and I went out and put up cameras, or I was the victim of a crime and put up cameras in the neighborhood, as we assume some of the witnesses are going to testify to, yes, that's what that person did. But to solely go, I read Jenny's Facebook post and Stevie's Facebook post and this other person's Facebook, and this is what they said, well, that's hearsay. And that's basically not admissible evidence at that point. So I'm not sure what the defense is asking for these witnesses to do. I think at this point the suggestion is we see if it's hearsay, we see if what the person's talking about is their personal Facebook post or is this something they read, because we're going to bring in every single Brunswick newspaper and show it for all of 2019 and 2020 to inform these people. They all read the newspaper. Maybe they watch the nightly news. How does that connect up to whether it's more likely or less likely that the defendants committed the crime? So we ask it to be more on a play-by-play basis because I think that's the appropriate way to approach this.
Agree with that, except let's see if we can all agree on the definition of hearsay. Hearsay is not a Facebook post if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to inform an individual who has read it or posted it and who will do, just as you said, Ms. Donikoski, will testify about how that affected one's perception of their neighborhood and may have caused them to take certain additional safety measures or constrain their own liberty as a result of what they've read.
Yeah,
Your facial expression makes me think that we're not on the same page about
I'm
hearsay.
trying to figure out how to explain where I am on it. The objection that was made during the last witness, the court sustained the objection and actually explained the ruling. She was asked generally about, I didn't write it down, but generally about Facebook posts and what her thoughts were. But my ruling, I indicated that I think it was a relevance objection, was not relevant to the defendants and what they may have known, and none of that got linked up. So for that particular objection, if I remember correctly, that was the basis for it. The challenge with the Facebook posts is it's social media. I'm not sure exactly what the basis of it is. There are some issues that are out there, so the court has some concerns about a bunch of Facebook posts being the basis for anything. But more importantly, what we're here about is what the defendants think was going on, as opposed to in the last, with the last particular witness, what a resident of 30 years may have seen and how she reacted to it. The court has some concerns about the relevance of that evidence, and I'll rule on it accordingly. But just putting up individuals that live in the neighborhood to say, I looked at Facebook and this is the way I felt, I think that there's the basis for some objection there, and I'll go ahead and take that as they come. But if it can be linked up with what's actually before the court, so be it. But just bringing witnesses in to say they looked at Facebook and unrelated to, in fact, she testified, I think she didn't know the defendants.
That's
correct.
Yeah. And I'll just say this last piece, Your Honor, to fill in that one gap. We will link this up. And I think it's important for the court to be reminded that during the cross-examination of Travis McMichael and other direct examinations of GCPD and GBI agents, the argument has repeatedly been made by the state that the defendants are exaggerating the feelings of that neighborhood and what was really going on in that neighborhood. So I think the only way to respond to that, if I'm acting on behalf of myself and my neighbor, then it's fair enough for me to say, well, let me tell you what my neighbor was worried about. Here's what she told me, here's what she experienced, and that may help the jury think more clearly about the way that the state is characterizing a peaceful, calm, placid Satilla Shores in February of 2020.
I just want to add, I'm sorry. I just want to add, I think Ms. Hogue addressed it, but several witnesses have testified that there were maybe 2 burglary 911 calls or 2 entering auto 911 calls, 1 burglary call for this long period of time. That testimony was elicited by the state. The only way to respond to that, there was more crime in the neighborhood, is from people who experienced it and read about it and were concerned about it. And that's the relevance of the Facebook page, because Travis McMichael testified on direct.
Well, and let me just, I guess, I was gonna say, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna do that anyway. Yeah, I mean, if you got a witness that stands up and testifies that they were the victim of a crime in Satilla Shores, sure. But if you got a witness that gets up and says, oh yeah, I lived in Satilla Shores and I looked at a Facebook page and I used that to inform myself about crime in the neighborhood, but I've never spoken to the defendants, which is exactly what we had with the last witness, that's an objection that's gonna be sustained. Those are two very different things. Okay. All right.
I mean, we believe because of Travis McMichael's use of the neighborhood Facebook page as a source of information that raised concerns that he testified about.
Well, and he testified and on direct could have walked all the way through that. So and I believe he testified to what he was informed of in the neighborhood, and Facebook was referenced during his direct examination.
Correct. And this corroborates that there were in fact Facebook posts about crime in the neighborhood.
But it went,
From
I'm not going to debate it in front. The question that went beyond that into what the Facebook posts were, and so again, the objection was sustained with the last witness. I've explained where the court generally is on this, and we'll proceed from there. All right, we're going to bring the panel in. I'm going to provide the instruction to the panel, and is Travis McMichael ready with his next witness?
Next
Or
witness
his next
is
witness.
Cindy Clark.
For the record.
On the recess for lunch, we had a individual out in the foyer of the courthouse wearing a Black Lives Matter mask, bringing it to the court's attention for the record.
Okay. All right, let's go get the panel.
All right, for jury. Be seated.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, an improper question was asked of the last witness that the state knew or should have known was objectionable. Accordingly, the court has admonished the state and has ordered that the actions are not to be repeated. You are instructed to disregard the last question asked and any implications arising therefrom. With that instruction to the panel, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, thank you. We call Subie Clark.
Just raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark.
Hey.
I just have a few brief questions for you.
Okay.
If you would just say and spell your name, please.
My name is Cindy Clark, CINDY CLARK.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in Brunswick on Holmes Road.
Is that in the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
And the type of work you do?
In sales.
Okay. At any point in time as you were living in Satilla Shores, did you become aware of crime happening in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, what type of crime were you aware that was happening in the neighborhood?
Petty crime, cars being broken into, things like that.
Okay. Were you aware whether guns had been stolen from cars in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Or were you aware of whether people were seen or spotted walking around the neighborhood at night?
Yes.
Okay. You just have to speak up just a little bit. Okay. At any point in time, did you undertake any precautions about your home, like putting up cameras or doorbell cameras or things like that?
I did put up a doorbell camera, but I never hooked it up.
Oh.
It was a waste. But yes, we took precautions. We locked our doors and we locked our cars at night.
When you say we, who are you speaking of?
My husband and I.
Okay. Did you discuss this with any of the neighbors about how you felt or thought about these things that were happening in the neighborhood?
Sure.
Can you give us a time period of when this crime was happening? Was it 2018, 19? I'll just drop off the end part of that question. Can you give us a time period of when this was happening?
We moved in the neighborhood 2004, so probably 2006 on. I mean, you know, just things happening here and there.
Okay. Do you have a general concern that as a neighbor it's a good thing to look out for one another?
Yes.
Is that something that you try to do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you ever become aware of the Satilla Shores Facebook page?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, I'm a member of I'm on there too, so I forgot how I heard about it.
Okay.
But I joined it.
All right. Have you yourself ever posted on the Facebook page?
Yes.
Did you at any time ever use the Facebook page to inform yourself about crime going on in Satilla Shores?
I think I remember once, maybe twice, yes.
Meaning that you only read it once or twice, or that you posted on it once or twice?
Oh, that I posted something once or twice.
Okay.
But I read it more than once.
Okay.
I read it a lot.
And did you read it as it was relating to trying to understand what type of crime may be happening?
Leading.
Again, it's not reading, and I'll give you a case on it, Your Honor. Miller versus the state, 258 Georgia Act 425. May I approach?
Yes.
Mark the last paragraph for the court, asking a question that contains the possibility of
Objection to
I'll read it.
I was just making a record for the court. That's fine.
It restates what a leading question is.
I know. I'm just giving it so the court understands that asking the witness a question that contains the possibility of a yes or no answer is not a leading question.
to counsel testifying and counsel doing all of this with a speaking objection.
I was just responding to the objection.
Okay. This is,
Helpful?
well, no. It states what a leading question is. If it
Right.
suggests the answer,
Right.
then it's leading.
All right.
A leading question can still be phrased as a yes or no, as if it leads to one and only one of those answers as a conclusion. It is still leading.
I would say it's
So-
subject-driven, but I understand the court's ruling. I'll move on.
Yeah, so let's go on. It's
Okay.
sustained.
All right. Did you yourself witness any type of crime happening in the neighborhood? Or become aware of it in your own space in the neighborhood?
I didn't witness it.
Did you
but
witness any aftermath of it or anything suspicious at any time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
The neighbor across the street, I guess they were in the middle of going through their car. And
Who's they?
Okay. It was two guys that were in a car that had parked across the street from my home. And I guess they scared them, and the one guy drove off and left the other guy in the neighborhood. And that was around like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, so we all woke up, they woke us up. So I was aware of that.
Okay. Is this the kind of thing that you would post for the benefit of other neighbors?
I don't think I posted anything about that. There was another incident that I posted about
Okay.
because I saw some people in the neighborhood. A car broke down, people walking into the neighborhood, and I did post about that, but I had called 911.
And why did you post about that particular incident?
Well, they were walking into the neighborhood away from their vehicle instead of walking out of the neighborhood maybe to get help or something, but it turned out to be a stolen vehicle, so
Okay. Are you yourself a gun owner?
yes.
Okay. If you could just give me one moment. Your Honor, one moment, please. I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Okay.
But you'll just have to wait 1 second. The state might have questions.
Hi, Ms. Clark, how are you?
I'm good.
Good, I'm Linda Dunikoski, I'm one of the prosecutors, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So, this incident with the two guys across from your home in the middle of the night, when did that happen?
I can't remember the year.
Well, let me ask you this, was it before COVID?
Yes.
Okay, so if we do that, was it like the 2019, 2018, or even further back?
I think it was further back.
Further back. And then when we talk about that car that was broken down, was that the car from Florida that was stolen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that was, what year? Do you remember when that was?
I'm going to guess
Okay.
maybe 2016, something like that.
All right. And do you know Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know Mr. William Roddy Bryan?
I've met him one time. Mhm.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any regret?
Speaking about dates, do you recall in December of 2019, learning about a suspicious car coming in the neighborhood and you saying that you would go back and get the tag number of
Yes.
the car? Is that kind of the way you're talking about trying to help neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall around August of 2019 sharing some suspicions about an individual who was taking pictures and walking around the neighborhood taking pictures and that someone should run his license plate too? Can't remember that one?
I can't remember that.
If
I
I sh-
didn't remember that one.
Okay, may I approach the witness? See if it just refreshes your memory. You're welcome to step forward. Just see if that refreshes your memory about
Yeah.
generally saying in August of 19 about another car coming in, maybe
Yes.
running the license plate.
Yes.
Again, is that something that you were doing to try to be a helpful neighbor? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
You should be released.
Maybe release,
All right, and you are released. Thank you.
Next call is Brooke Perez.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat.
And I know you're soft-spoken, so please use that microphone next to you.
Yes, sir.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Brooke Perez.
And how do you spell your first and last name?
Brooke-Perez.
A little bit louder, okay? Because I'm even having trouble here. Okay. And Ms. Perez, where do you live?
Satilla Shores.
How long have you lived at Satilla Shores?
The end of this month will be 6 years.
6 years. You moved in 2015 or so?
Yes.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
What's the name of your husband?
Diego Perez.
Okay. And do you have any children?
Yes, 3.
And what are their ages?
13,
mind.
8, and 15 months.
13, 8, and 15 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you at one point the victim of theft crime?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury what happened and first when that happened?
I don't remember the year that it happened. I knew it was over the summer. Someone in the neighborhood had posted on our neighborhood Facebook page that they had I think their car was broken into. And usually when that would happen, I would go out and check just to make sure. And sure enough, I went out and some tools were missing from my husband's truck. It was a Makita drill and impact dropper, charger, and 2 batteries in a case.
You said you don't remember the year. We're looking at your Facebook post about that. Refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. And I'll do it. Ms. Perez, if you'll turn at the top, there's page numbers. If you'll turn to page 430 and read through that, see if that refreshes your memory about the year in which that occurred.
Yes, sir. It's 2019, June 30th of 2019.
Is that the date you remembered it happening?
I knew it was in the summertime, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what time of day or night the tools, or approximately the tools, were stolen?
I would assume overnight because Diego always backed in front of the garage. And I know this was in the morning. Well, it says 11:51. I say morning. But I remember seeing it, early that morning, and I was like, oh, let me go out and check. And when I did, I noticed the tools were gone.
Did y'all take any actions as a result of his tools?
Yeah, I called. I think it might have been the non-emergency number, but I did call, and a police officer came out to the house, and we didn't have the serial numbers on there. And he said, ask him, can you fingerprint the truck, perhaps? And he said no, because of the type of door handle it was, that most likely would not show a print on there.
Okay.
So I said, okay.
Was that the first time since you moved into Satilla Shores in 2015 or so that you and Diego had been the victim of a property crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did being victimized make you feel?
It's a very uneasy feeling. At the time, I only had 2 children, but I'm a stay-at-home mom, have been for several years, homeschooled my children. So I'm home by myself with the kids, so it just felt like a violation. Someone in something that, shouldn't be this close to my home.
Okay. Did you and your husband take any actions as a result of well, let me back up one second. Did the police ever find the person who took the tools?
No.
Okay. Did you and your husband Diego take any actions as a result of the theft of your tools?
Yes, sir. We purchased a Lorex home security system. It's a 4K ultra high def camera system, so that way, it's really good.
Do you know
I'm sorry, I hate to break the flow. It's really hard to hear you.
Sorry.
I'm going to stand back here.
Okay, so I can yell at you. Okay.
Yes. And if Ms. Teresa, if you don't hear me, let me know. You said you and your husband purchased cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, did you install them or did Diego?
Oh, no, he installed them.
Okay. Do you know where on your house they were installed?
I think the first one we might have put over the garage. The other one is on the second story. And there's one facing the front door. I think at that time we had only done maybe those 3. I don't think we had put any more. We purchased several cameras. But the cordage that they come with, they only come with X amount of feet, and then you have to buy additional cords. I don't really know much about it, but I just know that the ones that we were wanting to put out, the cording wasn't long enough, so he was only able to put up a few at once.
One was, you said above the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have, well, I'll get to that in a second. Did you post about the theft of tools on the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir, I did.
So when do you recall becoming a member of the neighborhood Facebook page?
The day, or maybe the day after it was created.
Do you know when that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it prior to 2018, if you know?
It might have been. It may have been. I really don't know.
Well, tell the jury why you posted about a personal theft of you and your husband's tools.
Well, if I was a victim, I'd assume someone else, in the neighborhood was, because that's how I found out I was a victim, was someone had said, someone had entered their car last night, and I said, this needs to stop, or the car's locked, and then come to find out we were, theft, and apparently his truck wasn't locked. I'm not sure what happened, but just to let them know, hey, something was missing from us, you might want to check too.
Okay, so you were letting your neighbors know about your own theft?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time when you became the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
And why did you become the administrator of the Facebook page?
Because my lovely neighbor made me administrator. I guess because I'm usually home, and I don't say I sit and watch the cameras, but it's a huge 40-something inch screen, and all you have are all these cameras that show, so if there's motion, it'll let you know there's motion, and it'll tell you what camera, and I kind of look to see, what's going on.
Okay. What does being the administrator mean for people who aren't on Facebook?
If you wanted to join the group, we would see who it is, and if they lived in the neighborhood, yes, here you go, and that's...
So the sole criteria of being on the page is you had to live in Satilla Shores?
Yeah, absolutely, or either. I think my mom's on there, and a couple of other, relatives, to look out, so if we were out of town, she would know, hey, there's something going on, they're not home, that kind of thing, but...
As the administrator, how often would you look at the neighborhood page?
On Facebook, it'll give you a notification if someone's posted in there, and so I would look at my phone, periodically, and if I saw a notification, I'd go and then go on there and look.
Do you think you looked at it once a day, more than that, or less than that?
When someone posted on there, so sometimes there's more than one post a day, and sometimes, there's, several weeks that there's not a post, so it would just depend on the action.
Please tell us the kinds of things that people use the Facebook page for, the neighborhood Facebook page.
They would use it for if, we had an incident as far as a theft, if a suspicious person, if our water went out, if power went out, if, police activity in the neighborhood. Basically to keep, whatever is going on in the neighborhood, to keep, our neighbors informed, because a lot of our neighbors are elderly neighbors, and there's several houses that are, I don't want to call them weekend houses, but basically no one lives there full time. They're there maybe a weekend a month or so. So that way everyone kind of knew what was going on.
Was it a way of keeping an eye on everybody's property and
yes,
other
sir.
things going on, the kids and things like that? Okay. Did you keep Diego informed about the things you were seeing, Diego Perez, the things you were seeing on the neighborhood Facebook page?
I think I told him about the water a couple times, and I did tell him anytime that there was suspicious activity and anytime something would go missing, I would let him know.
And why would you tell your husband about suspicious activity that you were seeing being posted on Facebook?
Because he's my protector.
Okay, so to keep him informed about the things he needed to know to keep you and the kids safe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Larry English?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Mr. English?
Our kids, so we bought the fun house in the neighborhood for all the kids to come to and hang out, and he has a young son that's in the same age as my oldest daughter, and the kids across the street, they all would come to our house, and his son, Hoyt, he was outside playing, and I said, ask your dad to get your swimsuit and come swim with the kids, and he said, no, ma'am, he won't let me, but if you come down there, maybe he'll let me. So we walked down there, and that's how I met Mr. English and introduced myself. Hi, I live right here. Our kids always play outside. If it's okay, can he come and play? And that's how I met him originally.
And how many doors down from you does he live?
2.
And I mean, when I say live, do we understand this to be a house under construction?
Yes, sir. He lives in a camper in the backyard.
Okay. So how often would you know Mr. English to be on his property, approximately?
Still to this day, about every day, every other day. I see him all the time there. And since the house was being worked on, he's there working a lot. So
on the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time where you informed Mr. English about you and Diego having your tools missing?
Yes, sir. The day that the cop, came out, the day that our tools went missing, my husband said, there's a gentleman over here building a house. You might want to check with him. And my memory serves me correct. Diego and the police officer walked over there to Mr. English's house, and I think that's the first time that they had met each other.
Is that the first time you met Mr. English?
No, sir. I didn't go over there with the police. I met him, I think it might have been right after that, or maybe it was right before, but it was with the kids playing. Was there ever a time where you became aware of problems Mr. English was having with intruders on his property? Yes, sir. And do you remember when that was? I believe that might have been in October. What year? Maybe 2019. And I only know that because a neighbor had phoned and said that someone was on her camera. She wasn't home. And so I woke up my husband, hey, there's someone on the camera, go and check. And I spoke with police that night. All right, so let's... And the police officers who told us about that. All right, let's back that up. So there was a time where you became aware, I think you said October. Yes, sir. I believe it was in October. Okay. How did you become aware of
an intruder on Mr. English's property?
I can't say if I saw on the camera the cops or if it was when Diego was outside the cops, but I know I was alerted due to police presence, and I remember speaking to an officer, and he said that they were looking for a young black male that had been on, and he didn't tell me whose property, but pointed at the house under construction, and that the caller had said he had ran across the street to the house across the street from us.
And you said you got a call from a neighbor that
Yeah.
night while this was supposedly happening. Who was the neighbor?
Miss Lawrence.
Subie Lawrence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she called you?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, without telling us what she said, do you know why she called? Did she inform you, without saying what she said, of what was going on at her house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned Diego being outside. What did you do after you got a call from Subie Lawrence?
I immediately woke him up and I was like, honey, there's someone on Subie's camera, and he jumped up and busted his tail. We have hardwood floors and he was wearing socks and he slipped and fell and then jumped up and went out, went over, and he never found anyone.
So literally busted his tail?
Yeah, literally
fell on the
busted.
floor.
Yeah.
Did you know if he went over there, when he went over there, he was armed?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
My husband's normally armed. He carries every day in his waistband, so.
Has a concealed weapons permit?
Yes, sir, and we have USCCA, so.
Okay. So he went over, to your understanding, to Ms. Lawrence's house
Yes, sir.
to try to help her understand what was happening on
Yeah,
her
she
camera.
wasn't home, and she's a single mom with 3 small children. And when she called and said someone was on her camera, it was like, oh gosh, so it said, don't come home until we make sure everything's okay, because the last thing we wanted was someone to be in her house and, her and the little boys go in, and who knows
Okay.
what would happen.
Did you eventually go outside and I think you said talk to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was, to your knowledge, anyone found, located, that had been the intruder at Mr. English's property that night?
No, sir.
Did there come a time when you became aware of other nighttime intruders in Mr. English's property?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of that?
Mr. English would text my husband, usually a video, and sometimes he would call and say, well, how would he say, the colored man's back at my house.
That's what he says?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or the colored boy is what he would call and tell Diego.
Okay. And why did he call Diego, to your understanding?
I know my husband told him we're 90 feet or 95 feet something. Our house is, may seem like far, but it's not. And he told him, goodness, because Larry, I think, had sent him some pictures or whatever. And he said, if you need me to respond, I can. I can pin them up. I have night vision goggles, until the police can get here to see who this is. And
so your husband was leaving your house to go respond to Mr. English's problems?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever try to stop your husband and say, this is not our concern, don't do that?
No, sir.
Why?
Why not? Sorry.
It's dangerous, right? It's dangerous.
I mean, it could be, yes, sir, but if you don't know what, you're just going to find out, hey, what are you doing? What's going on here? That's not, it could be dangerous, yes, but it could not. So I didn't look at it as.
Did it not scare you when your husband would leave the home at night to go check on Mr.
It was very unnerving that what was going on, because you didn't know what was going on, but I guess I trusted my husband enough, and I knew, that I guess the Lord would protect him. Whatever he felt right as a husband and as a leader of our home to do, then that's what he should do.
Okay. How or what, if any, actions did you take once you started hearing about multiple intrusions in Larry English's property, 2 doors down from yours?
I messaged his wife on Facebook and asked, can we put up some no trespassing signs?
Who's Larry English's wife?
Larry English's wife.
Okay.
And ask, hey, can I put up some no trespassing signs? Maybe that'll deter, if you don't know, maybe if they see a sign and realize, hey, this isn't just, a random person building a house, it is an actual family building a house. Maybe that would deter something.
Did you ever call any of your surrounding neighbors to let them know that this intruder was here?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us who you talked to about that?
I called Subie Lawrence.
Okay. Okay, single mom of 3.
Yes.
Across the street. So you and Subie were friendly beyond just neighbors?
Our kids went to daycare together, so I've known her for a long time. So yes, sir, I would say.
Okay. Did you ever post about the intrusions in Larry English's house, the break-ins in his house, on the neighborhood Facebook page?
I'm sure I have, yes, sir.
Give me 1 second. Come on. If you'll turn to page 356 and see if that refreshes your memory about a post you made about the man breaking into Larry English's house.
Sorry, you said 356?
Page 356, yes.
Read it?
Just to yourself.
Oh, okay.
So did you post about the intruder in Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what you posted.
I said black male, short hair, tattoos on chest and arm, ?
And that was in response to what?
To a neighbor of ours, her husband's truck was broken into and 2 rifles and a pistol were stolen.
What's the date of your post?
The date of my post, December 8th of 2019.
December 8th, 2019, and you posted about a black male with short hair and tattoos on chest and arm. Why did you single out those characteristics?
Well, whenever I spoke to the police, and he showed me a picture, and that was the description that he gave me, and that's also what I could see from the videos. At that time, I think we had several videos of a black male, short hair, tattoos, chest and arm.
Was the post on December 8th your description of the man in Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall an event on February 11th regarding Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us what you recall from that date.
Larry either called, I think he might have called and sent a video and said, that the same guy is back. So Diego would usually go out the back because we thought that he was coming in the back. But he didn't. He went out the front door, and I went out behind him. And then I saw Mr. Greg and Travis coming down the road, and I was telling them, shh, Diego, be quiet, that's Diego. I couldn't tell, I thought Travis was talking to his dad, but he was talking loud and excited, and I'm like, hush, someone's down there, be quiet. And I stood in my driveway. At the time, our yards weren't fenced.
Your yards were not fenced?
Our yards were not fenced, no, sir. And so I have a really high-powered flashlight, and I turned it on, and I shined it from my driveway to the river, and I could see straight across the river. So that way, if he was running in the back, I would see someone running.
So this is at night?
Yes, sir.
It's dark outside?
Yes, sir.
You're literally leaving your house and going out
in my front yard.
To your front yard. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
a weapon on you?
Yes, sir.
What do you carry?
Yes, sir.
What do you carry?
Oh, what? Para Ordinance 1911.
Okay. Pistol?
Yes, sir. 45.
Okay, 45. Is it in a holster? Or in your hand?
I think I might have had it tucked under my arm because I was holding my flashlight.
Now, why are you carrying your firearm out at night in a dangerous situation?
Who knows what am I going to encounter outside in my front yard? So, for my protection, my children are right inside this door.
So again, this is an intruder, someone at Larry English's house. You're putting yourself at risk.
In my yard, yes, sir.
In your yard, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever see the intruder that night?
No, sir.
Okay, but your husband was out, Mr. Travis and Mr. Gregg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you see police respond?
Yes.
How long did you stay outside looking for a possible intruder?
Not long at all. I, waited a couple seconds, and I figured by the time Diego, had got in, he would scare whoever it was, and if so, they would be coming this way. And shortly after, I went inside.
Okay. Did you post about this incident as well?
I probably did.
Okay. Turn to the first page, 347. And see if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, sir.
Did you post about this incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What date did you post?
Looks like 2/12 of 20, February 12th.
So the next day.
Yes, sir.
And what did you post?
I said, it's the same guy the last few times. We have him all over camera, but boy, is he fast, and he knows our neighborhood really good.
Why would you say that?
Because literally it's 90 feet, 95-ish feet. My husband's pretty fast, but this guy was obviously, way faster because Diego had never, encountered him ever over there. So either he knows the neighborhood and knows, where to tuck in and hide, or he's booking it.
Okay. So as of now in February, still not found this intruder, and you're posting among your neighbors. Why are you posting this information?
To let them know, hey, this is the same guy. If it's not the same person, it would really be suspicious, but not like alarming. The same person coming over and over and over, it just made me, worry. Why is the same person coming over and over and over?
And it alarmed you because what were you thinking was happening?
I really didn't know what was happening. I assumed Mr. English didn't know who he was, and he had no business there, according to him, and that was his property. And he had told us, prior to that things had gone missing. So I just assumed the same person coming over and over and over, and you've had thousands of dollars of stuff missing. I assumed that it was the guy that would keep coming back.
So you put these various pieces together and made an assumption?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't see him steal anything, this black male intruder?
No, sir.
But from various pieces of information, you drew a conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Were you home on February 23rd? During the shooting?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you and your husband?
We were at church. Our church, St. Simon's Community, was building a new campus here in Brunswick, and we were donating our time to build our pastor an office in the church. So after church got out, we went and had pizza. We got new windshield wipers, and then we went to church. We did some drywall mud, and then went home.
Okay. When you got home from church, did you find out about the shooting of Mr. Arbery?
I was pulling into the neighborhood. A cop come hauling tail in, and our neighborhood's quiet, mostly old retired people. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So I got off, the side of the road, and he come flying on in, and I told my husband, I said, we're going to go and see what in the heck this happened, what's going on. So I drove around past our house, and that's when we came up on the scene. Yes, sir.
Right. Did you see Travis McMichael out there?
Yes, sir.
How did he look to you?
I don't know if scared, he looked just not himself. He just had his hands up, and he was just like, and I was like, what in the world? When I came up on it, I didn't know what happened. Didn't know what in the world it transpired to go on, but he was bloody, and he was just like pacing back and forth. And then I remember he just like kind of plopped himself down. They had like a tree that was pretty tall, and he just kind of like sat down and just kind of looked frazzled. And it was like, what the hell, I think is what I said.
Okay. Did you stick around?
No, I drove on. My husband said, he's dead, go. And we had our kids in the car, so.
Do you know if your surveillance cameras captured Mr. Arbery from that date?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what happened to the surveillance camera video from your house?
Diego put it on a USB and gave it to a cop on the scene that day.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Perez.
Yes, sir.
State.
Judge. Hey, Mrs. Perez, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. We've met before and talked, haven't we?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, on the 23rd, you own a black car, right?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
It's okay, you can call me sir.
No.
But you were coming in and Officer Duggan was speeding right past you.
Yeah, somebody.
Okay. And you went down, Diego said, no, keep going.
Yeah.
All right, so you took the kids home.
Yeah.
But he wandered on down to the scene, didn't he?
Yeah, he wanted to, what in the heck, you know, it was a pretty gruesome sight to come up on, so he wanted to know what happened.
All right, now, let's talk about, I'm going to kind of back up and we'll talk about crime for a minute, okay? Now, you guys had never been the victim of crime up until this June 30th, 2019, when the tools got stolen out of the unlocked car in your driveway, right?
Yes.
All right. But you guys normally locked your cars, right?
Well, see, that's the thing with his truck. It actually had to go to the shop because Ford had some kind of problem where you would lock the truck and it would stay locked and then it would unlock itself. So he thinks he locked the truck. We said he locked the truck, and come to find out the truck was having issues. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
All right. So, as a Facebook administrator, you're just the person who's kind of like letting people join and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right. But after the theft of the tools, you decided to go ahead and get some cameras.
Yeah.
And you were willing to share with the neighborhood the images on the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about the Facebook being used for things like water power, animal control.
Yep.
Okay. Kids selling cookies, that kind of
Yeah.
thing. Charity events.
Yeah.
But your husband's not a member of the Facebook page.
My husband does not do any kind of life log, social media, nothing.
Okay. So he's not paying attention to what's going on Facebook.
No.
Now, your husband went ahead and volunteered to help out Larry English, right?
Yes.
So he's the one who made contact with Larry English to say, hey, I'm willing to go ahead and assist you. You live 2 doors down.
I think I had messaged his wife and gave him or her Diego's number and said, hey, you know, this is my husband's number. If you'll have your husband reach out to him, please. And that's when they had a phone conversation.
All right. Now, when you asked Amy English, can we put up these trespassing signs, was that before or after this homicide?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. You think it maybe was afterwards?
You can look at the Facebook messages. I honestly don't know.
Did you private message her or?
Yeah, private message.
So it's not going to show up, do you think? All right.
I don't know. I don't know how that goes.
Did they ever, before this incident, put up any no trespassing signs?
I don't know what they did on their property.
Well, did
I
you
don't know.
see any no trespassing signs?
They had a bunch of different signs up, so I couldn't tell you what one was and what one wasn't.
Okay. All right, and you're really close with Subie Lawrence.
Yeah,
She lives across the street.
she does.
All right. And that's who your husband's also close with. You guys known each other for a very long time, right?
Her mother.
Okay. Annabelle Beasley.
Yes.
And they live right next door.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking to Subie about what took place in the neighborhood, right? You were
Yes.
informing her.
Mm-hmm.
So, the problem with Larry English and his cameras is the camera goes off, he gets it on his phone, and then by the time he watches it, he calls Diego. Is that right?
Now we know that's right. We thought he was calling the police and then calling Diego, but we've learned after talking with you that that was not the case, so yes.
He was just calling Diego direct,
Unfortunately, yes.
not calling the police.
No.
And your husband had had it with that, hadn't he?
Yeah, once he realized on February 11th, that's when he said, you don't ever have to worry about me. I'm not doing that again. Like, what in the world? Why would you put myself in danger like that?
Because he thought on February 11th that Larry had actually
called the police, yeah.
But Larry hadn't called the police.
No.
And so your husband gets this Facebook message, or this text message.
Yeah.
Okay. I misspoke, the text message. And he goes over there because he's trying to be a good neighbor.
Yes, ma'am.
He actually went into that house, didn't he?
Yeah.
He went in
And
there
he's
with-
went in that house so many times, so.
And when he goes in the house, he's usually going, private property,
No
private property.
trespassing, yeah. What are you doing here? I've heard him yell that, like, you know, what the hell are you doing here? Obviously not seeing anyone, but trying to get a reaction out of whoever is there, yes.
Because he just wants the person to go away.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Don't come back. This guy doesn't want you coming back. You know, you're bugging us. You know, what's going on?
So on this night, though,
I'm sorry, which night?
on the night of February 11th that we're talking about, remember that night?
Yes.
Okay, so Diego goes out of the house, he goes over there like he's normally doing. Does he have his high-powered flashlight with him?
Yeah.
Okay, and he's got his gun with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you come out the front door and you see Travis and Greg McMichael.
Yes.
All right, they're in Travis's pickup truck?
I think Travis might have been driving. I don't remember if Mr. Gray, I said, I don't remember if he was walking by the truck or if he was in the truck. But I know, I remember seeing both of them.
All right, and so they're coming back from which direction?
From their house towards the front of the neighborhood.
Okay, and you're communicating with them, telling them what?
I was trying to tell him, like, hush, hush, because, I mean, he was just so, wah, wah, wah. I'm like, who are you talking to? Shut up. What are you doing? I didn't realize until, you know, later that he was on the phone with 911. Thought he was talking to his dad, so.
Gotcha. And Greg McMichael, did you see him then go into the house as well?
I didn't see him go into the house because of the stuff, like Larry had a trailer and stuff, so you can't see, like, the front of Larry's house from my driveway looking over. But you can see the front yard, and I saw, you know, his truck. He pulled it up in the front yard with his bright lights on. And I don't think Greg might have went in, but I think Travis stayed. I remember seeing Travis at the truck, the back of the truck.
So when you say Travis pulled the truck up, where did he pull it on the street or somewhere else?
In the so say this is the front yard and this is the street. He kind of, you know, I think it might have been hanging out in the street, but I know, you know, he pulled it up and he had his light shining on the house.
And you were afraid Greg McMichael was going to go in there and shoot your husband, weren't
That's
you?
why I was trying to tell him, hush, my husband's in there, my husband's in there, letting him know, hey, if you come across someone, you know, it's not, I didn't know how they, you know, got down there. I didn't realize that Travis had saw the guy or any of that. I thought, oh gosh, Larry English is telling someone else in the neighborhood, and now, you know, they're going down. Like, holy cow, this is not going to be a good situation if he didn't know my husband was in the house. So that's why I was trying to let him know, like, hush, Diego's in there, you know.
Because you knew that they carried guns as well.
I didn't know them to know that they carried guns. No.
You didn't know them like that?
No, I didn't.
But you were afraid that if they had a gun, they'd find your husband and shoot him.
Well, I knew that my husband had a gun, and I didn't want them to see my husband with a gun and just think he is this random person in the house and he's armed. So therefore, you know, we need to bring a little bit that's what I just wanted them to know. Hey, that's my husband in there.
Now, let's go ahead and talk about, I want to make sure I cover this. Oh yeah, with regard to Larry English and the missing stuff on his boat, he told you he suspected his subcontractors, right?
No, Diego actually told him. He didn't say he suspected anyone, but Diego said, well, what about the people with the tool bag? You know, when they came out, is the tool bag heavier or fuller than what it looked? And he said, well, it might be, you know, I'll check it out. I don't remember if he actually did come back and say, I know he came back and said, I asked them, but I don't remember if he ever said, yes, it was them. But I'm thinking that he didn't because we didn't know who had taken it. So I'm thinking if he said it was my HVACs, we wouldn't still be thinking somebody, you know, is taking this.
Okay, so I want to make sure, because we have our subcontractors, okay, and then we have the white couple from November 17th who also went into the house.
Yes.
So are you talking about
The white couple is who I assumed was a subcontractor. Because the kind of tool bag he took is like an electrician bag, well, typically an electrician bag. So that's what I assumed was a subcontractor.
So you assumed that the white man and white woman who had gone into Larry English's open unsecured construction site on November 17th, 2019 were actually some of his subcontractors?
Yes.
And that they'd gone there to rip him off or steal some stuff?
I did not think that. My husband thought that.
And he told that to Larry?
Yes.
Okay. But I guess my question is, did you, or to your knowledge, your husband, were you guys ever informed that Larry actually suspected his own actual subcontractors, the HVAC guys?
I was not aware that Larry suspected that, no.
So Officer Rash never told you that either?
No.
So on December 8th, we're talking about December 8th, and Renee Herndon posting about her car getting broken into.
Yeah.
Okay. So you remember that post?
I do. What page was that again?
Let's go ahead and flip to page 356.
Okay.
All right, so do you remember Renee Herndon on 12/8/2019 talking about thieves broke into her truck last night, her husband's truck, and stole those guns?
Yeah.
Okay. And you then responded, black male, short hair, tattoos on chest and arm.
Mm-hmm. I was asking if
That was the description, right? And she says it's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
But the police showed us a picture of the guy you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right? And we're going to keep an eye out. It was Officer Rash, and he sounded like he's pretty familiar with all the suspicious activity that's been going on in our neighborhood. This is getting ridiculous, is what she responded. Is that
That's
right?
what she wrote.
Okay.
Renee Herndon.
And did you then check the cameras for her that night?
Yes, I did.
And you saw a suspicious car?
I did.
And did you also see the pictures that Renee Herndon had posted
In the
about the
neighborhood?
guy?
Mm-hmm. I think she posted it later on.
Oh, I know. Here. So I'm going to show you what's already been marked and admitted as states 327A and 327B. Are those the pictures that she had posted?
Yep, those were the ones she posted.
And did you ever, did Officer Rash ever follow up with you all and tell you that it was a white guy who had broken into their Jeep?
No.
You didn't know that?
No one ever followed up with us or anything, so. Yeah, because we had pictures of the car, or what we assumed was the car, and they never came by to get those on a USB, so.
So the police never came by to get anything from you guys about the car?
About
that
any
had-
of this, no.
Let me make sure I've covered everything, okay? All right, Mr. Perez, I'm going to hand you back over to the defense. They may have some more questions for you. I don't know, okay?
Ms. Perez, could you describe the lighting conditions at 220 Satilla Drive at night?
There's no lights there. I know we had a street light put in, not, I don't know when, because there was no lights around there.
Did the darkness, the lack of light at that location cause you even greater concern if there's an intruder coming in that late?
Just because it was so pitch black dark, literally, and no lights around, it's kind of like, you know, why kind of thing, but
Not just a looky-loo looking at architecture or something.
you can't
in
see
your mind.
anything in there that late at night. I mean, I was only there once at night, but the night that I was there, you
Okay.
couldn't see really anything.
The state asked you about the Renee Herndon incident in which weapons were stolen out of their cars. When she posted, "It's getting ridiculous," what did you understand, page 356, what did you understand her to be talking about, "It's getting ridiculous"?
There were several car break-ins. I know, like, backpacks were rummaged through, and some kids' backpacks were found in the, different yards and stuff. There's just a lot of suspicious activity, a lot of people coming and going into, Mr. English's house, and it's just an uneasy feeling to not know, who it is, and the cops are being called, and they still don't know, who it is. It's just not a good feeling.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Perez.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Yes, you may step down,
Thank you.
and you are released.
Thank you.
Your Honor, she's also under our
We're going to reserve the right to recall her
I'm
in
sorry,
case
you
we
are,
need to.
you are subject to recall, but you're excused for the day. Thank you.
Defense calls Jack Brinson.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay.
Time out.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
We have a 5-minute break, working together.
Let's do this. Sir, I'm going to, let's do the jury first. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a very short recess. Plan to come back probably in the next 5-10 minutes.
It's all right for the jury.
All right, sir, if you could just go ahead and step down. If you just wait out in the hallway, you should be recalled in just a moment.
Yes, sir. Put this back on.
Yes, please, thank you. All right, I guess we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, 10-minute recess.
I apologize, Your Honor. We spelled this next witness's name incorrectly by a vowel, and so the state didn't think he was on this.
It was my fault. I'll even take that.
So we had a little confusion, but the confusion is over now.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the remedy, it sounds like would be the state, if the state needs time to just talk to the witness briefly, but we're ready to move forward.
It was a E instead of an I, so it was good. Right address, right everything.
Kind of like comma issues becomes important
We
sometimes.
can live with that.
All right, looks like we've got everybody back. Mr. Sheffield, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and get the witness back up. I guess it's not the state's witness. Whoever you
can
had.
have Mr.
All right, you can go to have a seat, sir. And I remind you that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the pen.
All rise for the jurors. Please be seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. I believe we are ready to proceed. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Brinson.
Good afternoon.
Could you please spell your first and last name?
Jack, J-A-C-K, Brinson, B-R-I-N-S-O-N.
Mr. Brinson, how old are you?
I'm 67.
Are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
41 years.
Okay. And where do you live?
I live in Satilla Shores.
What street do you live off of?
I live on Zellwood Drive.
On Zellwood, okay. And where on Zellwood is it? Is it closer to Highway 17 or to the back of the neighborhood?
It's to the back.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
We have lived there, my wife and I have lived there for a little over 35 and a half years.
Okay. Do you have any other family that lives in the neighborhood?
Yes, my daughter and son-in-law live next door and 3 grandchildren.
They live where?
Right next door.
Oh.
And I want to apologize, I'm a little hoarse, I've had a cough, so if I...
Okay, well, there's
We'll
some tissue
bear with
next
me.
to you if you need them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for letting us know. You said your daughter and 3 grandchildren?
Yes,
All right, and what is your daughter's name?
Jill.
And what is your son-in-law's name?
Brandon Gregory.
Okay, how is he employed?
He is a detective with the Glenn County Police Department.
Okay. I want to ask you some very limited questions about your experiences in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware of ongoing crime in the neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. What type of crime were you aware of?
At the first my experience was probably about 6 years ago, where my vehicle was broken into. And I didn't realize it until the next morning when I went to go get my coffee, and you could see someone had been in my glove box, and everything was strewn around. And I keep a bunch of quarters in an ashtray in that car just for tire pressure, things like that. And the ashtray poured out and the quarters were gone.
I'm going to stop you there. What kind of work do you do or did you do?
I was a sales tax and withholding tax auditor for the compliance division of the Georgia Department of Revenue for 30 years.
Okay. Did anything happen to some of your stuff related to your work in terms of being stolen?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. You were saying then that you had some things stolen from your car?
Yes.
And that
CDs and things like that, but nothing really of value.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your wife is a member of the Facebook Satilla Shores page?
Yes, she is.
Are you aware whether she posts on that page?
Yes, she does.
Okay. Do you all discuss the types of things that are posted on the Facebook page as it may relate to crime?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you if you ever became aware of any crime as it relates to Larry English's house, 220 Satilla Shores.
Objection to hearsay if this is based on the Facebook page, Judge.
Well, it's not based on the Facebook page.
Or whether he heard it from his wife, who got it from the Facebook page.
I'm just going to ask him if he's aware of it, Your Honor. I haven't gotten to the hearsay part just quite yet. Just want to establish a little foundation if he's aware of what's going on in the neighborhood.
All right.
We're asking about who's aware of crime.
Okay.
Are you aware of any thefts occurring in Larry English's home?
Yes.
And did you come to understand the type of things that were stolen from his home? Without saying what you were told, did you become aware of the types of things that were stolen in the home?
Yes, and also a dollar amount.
Without going into what you were told, okay. And do you recall who you learned that from? Just the name of the person or persons?
Various people.
Can you name them?
I would say one would have been Matt Benzie, maybe Taylor Zachary, maybe, I don't know, probably several other people, word gets around.
Did you discuss these types of things with your wife and your daughter and your son-in-law?
Yes.
Did you all make any changes in your habits to try to address or deal with some of the crime that was going on in the neighborhood?
Yes, after that first instance, as minor as it was, we had fake cameras at that point, and we bought a camera system ourselves. And,
So you had fake?
Yeah, we had, try to just let someone think we had a camera system out.
Okay.
So then we actually went out and bought actual real cameras.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you, sir. The state may have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
I understand he can be released.
Yes.
Yes, it must.
And, sir, you can step down and you are released. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Defense called Annabelle Beasley.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Annabelle Beasley.
And Miss Beasley, where do you live?
I live in Satilla Shores. 225 Subie Shores, Brunswick, Georgia.
And how far is that from Subie Lawrence's house?
Next door.
Could you tell the jury how you're related to Miss Lawrence?
She's my daughter, and since she's single, widowed, divorced, I asked her to move next door so I could keep an eye on the kids.
How long have you lived in that house?
Since 2004.
So 16, 17 years?
Longer than that.
Longer than that. My math is wrong. And you mentioned your grandchildren, Subie's children.
No, 1994, I'm sorry.
1994, okay, Sue, it's not my math, it's your math.
My math was.
All right, and you mentioned grandchildren. How many kids does Subie have?
She has 3 boys.
And how old are they?
Right now, the oldest is 15. I have a 13 and a 10.
Okay. Please describe for us the type of neighborhood Subie Shores is. Certainly when you moved in 1994 and as it's gotten closer.
When I moved in 1994, it was an older neighborhood, a lot of seniors in there, and it was quiet. I think my kids were the only 2 daughters that grew up next door, grew up right there. They went to high school, they were in Subie Shores, and so we didn't know a whole lot of neighbors then because a lot of seniors tend to keep to themselves. But in the last few years, things have evolved, and the seniors have moved on, and we've got younger families in the neighborhood.
So more children in the neighborhood?
That is correct.
Do you know the children who live across the street at the Perez residence?
I certainly do.
Okay, and how do you know those kids?
I know those kids really well. I've known them since they were little because they went to the daycare with my little grandkids.
Okay.
Yes. And I've known Diego since he was a young boy at Sunday school. And then we reconnected, and then I found out that he's buying a house across the street from me. And I said, what a blessing.
Okay. That's wonderful. So the neighborhood was elderly, now it's more younger families. Do you live with anybody in your house?
No.
Okay. Do you do anything to maintain your own security at your house?
I have recently, after all the happenings in the neighborhood. It was unnerving. And so I had to, she's single, she couldn't defend me, I got to protect myself. So it became necessary to have cameras put up.
Okay, and you have cameras at your front door, or what parts of your house?
I think I only have one at the front door.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was put on recently, so.
Okay. Did there come a time when you yourself became the victim of a property crime?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about that?
Well, I was in China, and my black Honda was sitting in my driveway, and my kids, I communicated with them every day, and they discovered that the car was broken into, the door was wide open, and they had been in, so they saw that it was all ransacked. And I asked my daughter if she reported it to the police, and she said no, because the week before, somebody's Jeep was broken into, and the police said, you should have locked your door, there's nothing we can do about it. And since my door was unlocked, she decided not to call the police.
Mm. Did you end up, when you came home from China, calling the police about it or anything?
No, it was way past, yeah.
Okay, so it was a crime that's unreported to the police?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you become aware of a situation where Subie's cameras, Miss Lawrence's cameras, went off one night in 2019?
She told me about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you, as a result of what she told you, did you do anything about that?
Not personally, no.
Didn't change security, didn't change
No.
your...
I have a security system in the house.
Right. Like an alarm system?
Right.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Miss Lawrence has 3 kids, 3 boys.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of those boys ever going across the street to Mr. English's house to borrow some pieces of wood?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of them ever playing at Mr. English's house?
They played with Mr. English's son. And Mr. English's son would come across and play with them. And Mr. English, when they were using scrap wood to make a ramp, he said he would build them a ramp.
Okay. And do you know if that ever happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did there ever come a time when your grandchildren became too afraid to play outside?
Yes.
And do you know what happened?
Well, I think they were scared by what they saw. And when they called their grandmother one night, I wasn't there, and their mama was at a birthday dinner, and they saw somebody. Pardon me?
No, not you. You can sustain or overrule that objection.
Yeah, this is what she heard that the boys were reacting to.
Okay.
Let's sustain.
Let me move past what they told you.
Okay.
Did there come a time where they stopped playing outside at night?
We wouldn't allow them to.
You didn't allow them. I mean, you say we, you're talking about you and Miss Lawrence.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And why wouldn't you allow them to play outside?
Because we didn't want them to encounter anything, you know.
I think this is all still based on hearsay from what she heard from either the board or somebody else. So the reaction or what they're allowing them to do because of that is still based on that hearsay.
Okay, let's focus on what. Let's figure out.
Yeah.
It sounds like she made a decision. Let's figure out what her decision is and why.
Right, and that's what I was trying to do, Judge. Do not tell us what the boys told you, but did there come a time when they stopped playing outside?
That's correct.
And you said you didn't want them to play outside.
Correct.
And tell us why you and Miss Lawrence made the decision not to let them play outside.
Because of things that were happening in the neighborhood. Okay. We didn't want the boys out there. We didn't want them to confront or see anything that they shouldn't. You know, we didn't want them to be a victim of anything, so we let them stay inside.
A safety.
And even till today, they barely go out except now that they're older, they will play, but as long as we are home, it's okay for them to be out there. But they do go across to Perez's house, and we're okay with that.
As long as they're being overseen.
They're right, exactly.
Okay. Was there a time, Miss Beasley, when you were interviewed by GBI agents?
Yes.
Okay, do you know when that was?
When the incident occurred.
The incident being the shooting of Mr.
That is
Arbery?
correct.
Okay, and you gave a statement to the GBI?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Anything from the state?
I just have a couple questions. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. Fine, thank you.
I'm Paul Camarillo. I'm part of the prosecution team.
Nice to meet you.
We may have talked on the phone, I
think
believe.
you did. You and I had a long conversation.
We did, right?
I do remember that
Okay.
now, yes.
Was it a good one?
Yes, it was a good one.
Okay.
I think I told you all that I was thinking.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
You did. You did. And not all of that is relevant evidence.
Okay,
All right?
gotcha.
So I just got a
Okay.
few questions for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You've been in the neighborhood a long time.
Right.
Okay. Is it fair to say that a vast majority of these crimes that occurred in the neighborhood were property crimes or car break-ins and that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. Other than the homicide of Mr. Arbery, violent crimes were few and far between or non-existent in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Ma'am, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May she be excused.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Is she under state subpoena?
No.
All right, and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's called Subie Lawrence.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, yes I do.
Go ahead and sit.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Ms. Lawrence, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself to the jury.
Okay, my name is Subie Lawrence, Subelawrence.
And we just met your lovely mother, but I want to make sure she spoke loud enough. I want to make sure you speak loud enough so that last jurors back there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lawrence, what kind of work do you do?
I'm in recruitment.
Okay, and how long have you been in, like a headhunter kind of recruitment?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been in that?
15 years.
Okay. Here in Brunswick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about your job and being here at this trial?
I do.
Okay. Well, what are you concerned about?
I obviously just don't want any negative impact in my career and personal life.
Okay. But you're willing to testify today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell us where you live?
I live at 221 Satilla Drive,
And where is that in relation to Annabelle Beasley?
right next door.
Okay. And where is that in relation to Larry English's house?
So he's kind of catty-cornered. If you're facing away from my house, he is across the street and one over.
Do you also know Brooke and Diego Perez?
Yes.
And how do you know the Perezes?
My middle and her oldest went to preschool together, and then just since moving to the neighborhood have become friends.
When did you move into Satilla Shores?
August 2015.
Okay. Was there a time before you moved in 2015 that where you lived in Satilla Shores?
Yes, sir. I moved there in 9th grade with my family, my mom, dad, and sister, into the house my mom lives in 1994.
Okay. Then at some point you moved out?
I did. I got married and moved out and got divorced and came back.
Okay. Okay. And so how would you describe your relationship with the Perezes?
Oh, very close. They are definitely good neighbors, good friends, like other parents to my boys. One time we actually had, the boys were playing baseball in the front yard, and a ball went through the dining room window, and Diego just happened to hear glass crashing and runs over, and he had it repaired before he went to bed that night. And then Brooke's over with her vacuum cleaning up all the glass. So they look out for us.
So they're neighbors that help you?
Yes.
With all the things
circus
that three boys, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to 2019. How old were your three boys at that point?
They were 8, 11, and 13.
Okay.
Ish.
Did they have any kind of relationship with Mr. English or his children?
Yes, Hoyt, Mr. Larry's son, and my middle are about the same age, and so they would play together, and Mr. Larry actually gave them some wood for a ramp, for a bicycle ramp.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. English's surveillance video of two boys on his property
I have.
on bikes?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who those boys are?
Those are my children.
Oh boy. And what were they doing in that video to your understanding?
They were going to get the plywood for the ramp Mr. Larry made them.
Okay. So they had permission essentially to get the wood?
Yes.
Okay. Did they ever go into Mr. English's house at night, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
I want to take you back to October 2019.
Okay.
Okay. Was there a time when your camera on your own home security system alerted you?
Yes, sir. It was late October, and it was late in the evening, so I want to say the boys and I were at a football game or the fair or something on a Friday night maybe that was, that had us out late, 10 o'clock-ish, I guess. And so I got an alert on my Blink cameras that, there was motion detected. So I look at it and I see two men with flashlights looking at the front of the house. And so, of course, I call Brooke and just say, there are guys at my house with flashlights. Can you please send Diego over to see what's going on?
Okay, and why would you ask Brooke to send her husband into a difficult situation?
Because Diego is...
There's no object speculation.
I asked her why. Yeah.
I feel very safe with Diego. I know that he would look out for me and my boys, at all cost.
Okay. And did you eventually come to understand who was on the camera that alerted you? Did you ever find out?
Yes, I did. Diego came over and figured it out and relayed it through Brooke.
Okay. Did you ever, as a result of that incident, talk to the police?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever post anything on the neighborhood Facebook page?
In general, yes. About that specifically, I don't recall.
Okay. When you say in general, what kinds of things were you posting on the neighborhood Facebook page?
Who do you use for a landscaper? The ice cream truck is in the neighborhood. Just kind of general, neighborly, keep you updated sort of things.
Okay. Did you ever post anything about crime in the neighborhood?
I didn't initiate a post. I may have commented on a post about crime in the neighborhood.
Okay. Any of those posts related to Larry English's house?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Were you kept informed of the intruder in Larry English's house over the course of the late fall 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, sir. So if Brooke would find out that there was a suspicious person lurking, she would usually text or call me and say, tell the boys to get inside and lock the doors. The guy's back at Larry's.
And what would you do when she would tell you that?
Well, kind of at this point, the boys were staying inside a lot anyway, so, I mean, you know, I would still tell the boys, don't go outside, stay inside, lock the doors.
Were your boys, would you describe them as physically active young kids?
Very.
And so were they, before all these break-ins, playing outside?
Always.
Okay, building ramps for skateboards
Yes, sir.
and riding their bikes.
Yes, sir.
Were they outside at night?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that you stopped them from playing outside at night?
I didn't have to stop them. As, you know, reports of car break-ins and suspicious persons, you know, lurking around, they kind of did that themselves. They didn't want to even come help get the groceries out of the car at night because they were just, you know, just a little afraid.
Okay. As a result of your awareness of break-ins in Larry English's house, did you take any security measures to protect yourself and your kids?
Before I knew about the break-ins at Mr. Larry's, I had read on our Facebook page about a car being broken into. And so after that, I got the Blink camera system.
Okay. And were you kept aware about crime in the neighborhood through your neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
Did you find it to be helpful?
Very helpful.
Okay. Did you, were you ever one of the administrators of the Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, what does that mean to be an administrator?
So just to have access to who's joining the page, what kind of things are being posted in the page. We wanted to make sure that they were actually people that lived in our neighborhood or, you know, had a legitimate reason to be in the group.
Okay. Did you notice over the course of when you moved back in 2015, anything about crime in the neighborhood, whether it was rising or falling, or?
Growing up there had never been crime, and you know, I'm ashamed to say I didn't always do a great job of double checking that my car was locked, but when I started to see frequent posts about cars being broken into, and not only in our neighborhood page, but the Exit 29 Facebook group, people would post from the neighborhood next door. So of course I was just a little more diligent about making sure that you know, the car was locked and the doors were locked and windows that I hadn't checked and that sort of thing.
Did Brooke Perez or any other neighbor, or the Facebook page for that matter, ever inform you about how many times this black male was coming onto Larry English's property at night?
Not so much the Facebook group. It was probably more just text from Brooke saying, you know, get the boys inside.
Okay. And when she would text you that, would you make sure the boys were inside?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, how did that make you feel, the fact that there was someone coming over?
Violated. Upset that my kids weren't getting to grow up in the safe neighborhood I grew up in. Previously, we lived on some land, and we had a dirt driveway, and all they wanted was a neighborhood with roads so that they could ride their bikes. And so to have to say, come inside, stay inside, or Mom, I don't want to go outside, it was just disappointing.
Even though it wasn't violent crime, it still affected you and your boys?
Well, crimes of opportunity may not start as violent crimes. It's just someone's in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I didn't want my boys to be home alone and someone think because there's not a car there, there's no one home, and then they're in that situation without me.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Hey, I'm well, thank you.
My name is Paul Camarillo, and I'm one of the prosecutors here.
Yes, sir.
We've never spoke before, right?
No, sir.
Okay. I may have left you a voicemail or two, but we've never actually connected, right?
No, and I'm sorry if I missed that.
Oh, it's okay.
Definitely would have called you back.
No, it's okay. Would you?
Yes. I'm very afraid.
All right. I'm not that scary.
Okay.
You and Mr. Rubin were talking about break-ins at Mr. English's house.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody there actually ever broke into anything. Is that correct? That you know of? It wasn't a secured house. Somebody walked through the door?
I don't know if there were even doors.
Right, there weren't, but...
So Mr. Camarillo, that's testifying.
Just as your sons went in that garage, the open garage.
Yes, sir.
You're not aware of any sort of doors or windows or anything else that was on that property?
No, sir.
Okay. All right.
At the time that we're speaking of?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir.
Currently, there might be.
I think so.
Okay. All right, so you're friends with the Perez's, close friends, right? Y'all have had dinner together? Exchanged texts and calls and that sort of thing? Y'all went on a boat ride with the Perez's and Mr. McMichael over here?
Mr. Gregg and Travis. Or Mr. Gregg and Miss Lee.
Yeah, right, okay. And that was shortly, that was after the homicide?
Yes, sir.
Y'all talk about friends and family, that sort of thing?
On the boat ride?
No, I'm just in general.
The Perez's and
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then after the shooting, you and Brooke walked over there, or kind of meandered over there to see what was going on, right?
The day of?
The day of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you two were standing there together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know Miss Lee McMichael?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lee and I work for the same place, so in passing, just colleagues.
Same hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all see each other in passing, talk about friends and family, live in the same neighborhood?
We don't usually chit-chat, but we're friendly.
Okay. Friendly enough that y'all wanted a boat ride together?
Yes,
After
so,
the incident?
right. Brooke and Diego invited me, and I'm not going to turn down a boat ride.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did you know Mr. Arbery?
I did not.
Before this happened, did you ever hear about him?
Not by name.
You never heard that name before, right?
Correct.
None of your friends or family knew him?
No, sir.
The incident at your house where you said that you saw two guys with a flashlight, those are police officers, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw any trespassers on your camera that night?
Correct.
You just saw the aftermath of people looking for somebody?
Right.
And in fact, you've never seen the trespasser on your camera ever?
Correct.
Did you ever view surveillance videos from anybody else's house, personally?
Being so far after the fact, I don't know if the videos I saw were, you know, just from the internet or anyone's phone. I mean, if I did, it would have been from Brooke's phone, but I don't know.
Your mom had her car broken into, right?
Yes, sir.
And when I
Well,
say
rummaged through, it was unlocked.
It was unlocked. We tend to use that term pretty loosely, right?
Yes, sir.
Door was unlocked, car went through. Still unnerving.
Very.
Nobody wants that to happen.
Right.
Didn't call 911?
No, I did not report it, and my mom was out of the country and asked why I didn't, and I'd seen on the Facebook page that someone's car was also, things were stolen, and when she did report it, I mean, the police were maybe a little flippant about it, you know, just a car break-in, make sure you lock your doors, so I thought I'm not gonna call the police for her car being rummaged through.
That seemed to be a trend in the neighborhood? That seemed to be a trend, people leaving their cars unlocked and things taken out?
I don't know if they were all unlocked or not. But you should still be able to leave your car unlocked and know your things are safe.
100%. 100%. And it's not your fault. I mean, it's not anybody's fault.
Right.
Right? Since you've lived in Satilla Shores, you haven't personally witnessed any car break-ins, correct?
No.
You haven't witnessed personally any property crime?
Crime, other than...
Property crime?
No.
Okay. You've never witnessed or heard about any physical assaults?
No.
Really the only thing that was going on was this car break-ins?
Car break-ins and several reports of a person that no one knew kind of lurking around. My boys called one night when I was at a restaurant, and it was like 8:30, and they said...
Judge, I would object
Oh,
to...
sorry.
Yeah. A non-responsive answer. Yeah, asked to strike that.
I would ask if she be allowed to complete her answer.
I asked about assaults, and then it went into something else.
Oh, appeal against the state. All right. Yes. Move on. Can't remember where the objection came from.
Mentioning suspicious person.
Yeah, she
No, it was non-responsive.
It was non-responsive.
All right, that's the thing of it.
As the administrator of the Facebook page, you were able to see all the different types of theories about who might be doing this, right?
I had access to, didn't necessarily engage or read it actively.
Did you get alerts on
Every
your
day.
phone as the administrator from being a part of Satilla Shores?
I turned off my notifications from Facebook in general just because they get overwhelming at times.
Fair enough. Had you heard that people thought it might be teenagers?
I don't recall.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Ms. Lawrence, about a time when you had a conversation with Travis McMichael after the shooting.
Mhm.
Do you remember speaking with him in his driveway at some point after the shooting about this case?
No, sir. I remember he was coming home one night, and I was out in the road, and he just stopped and we talked.
And y'all talked about the case and what happened?
Right. Yes, sir.
Right. And he told you there was a video out there
Yes, sir.
and that him and his dad were planning on, quote unquote, leaking it.
Right.
And you agreed to help him do that?
Probably not at that time. And I didn't agree to leak it.
At some point, you and Travis had a conversation about,
That I would share it once it got
share it,
out.
correct.
Right.
and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it had to do with you helping get his version of what happened out.
Right. The neighborhood's version of past events and, yes, kind of
Sure.
all the things that led to this.
Right. Because at this point, everybody had seen that video, right? Or a lot of the neighbors. You've seen it. You
I
saw
have seen it, but I don't know about everything.
They showed it to you. They showed it to you
Correct.
on their phone or wherever they had it.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, nobody knew that they actually engaged in a full-on chase through the neighborhood. Correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know what everyone knew.
No, what I'm asking, what they told you. Did they ever tell you that they chased Mr. Arbery or followed him in a car or whatever you want to characterize it? They never told you that, correct?
I don't
Object to
recall
the
that.
question. They? Who are we talking about?
Greg and Travis.
So it's quite fine.
Greg and Travis. They never told you they engaged in that chase, right?
Correct.
And you never heard from anybody else about that.
I'm sorry, projected from the question about what?
You never engaged with any sort of conversation with anybody else about a chase that occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a chase.
At some point after the homicide, and I don't know if it's before or after this conversation, Travis asked you to admit him into the Satilla Facebook page under the name Travis Hafner. And it was a fake Facebook page, correct?
Correct. Because his actual Facebook page had been hacked.
But he didn't take the time to set up a new one under his real name.
I don't know that Facebook makes it that easy, but
Okay.
also I don't know what he did.
Because he wanted to know what people were talking about this.
I'm going to object to Mr. Camarillo asking what Travis McMichael believed.
No, this was a conversation they had. I'm asking about the conversation they had.
So I would ask that be clarified where the information's come from, Foundation.
You and him talked about the purpose of him creating this Facebook page, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that purpose was from him to be able to monitor what was going on throughout the neighborhood under this fake name.
Monitor what was going on? I don't.
Look at what people were saying.
Right.
At some point, the neighbors were as you said, they post about maybe water that got shut off, complaints with things going on in the neighborhood, crime of some sort, right? That's kind of the general things that were being posted on the Facebook page, right? Okay. And at some point, there were strings of messages or posts about car break-ins that were happening. You remember all that?
Fair enough, yes, sir.
Okay. And you engaged in some of those conversations, and at some point on January 30th, you posted about leaving your window down, and you were lucky nobody took your purse and wallet in the front seat.
Right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Bubba and Renee Herndon posted about their gun being stolen, right?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. At the very end of that, Travis posted, "They're playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood." Remember seeing that? He posted that?
I don't.
One minute, okay? Ma'am, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Camarillo asked you about the video that we've seen in this case regarding the shooting of Mr. Arbery. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you were willing to share it, right? Share it meaning the video.
Right.
How are you going to share it?
Texts or social media.
Post it somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Send it to friends or family? And why? Tell us why you were willing to share that video.
To me, I felt it matched the story that I knew to be true of this person lunging for the gun. And so this is the story I heard and have no reason not to believe. And so seeing the video kind of confirmed, okay, this matches, the story in the video match, so you're lucky you have this on video.
Okay. And so you were willing to put it out because you believed it to be the truth?
Yes, sir.
And about what time of year was this? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't.
Was it after the media had gotten a hold of this story and was kind of blowing things up?
It was after the video was released and then didn't get a positive response.
Okay. All right. Did you ever share the video?
No.
Okay. But you were willing to?
Yes.
Okay. The Travis Hafner, I think, was that the name Mr. McMichael wanted to use?
I don't recall, but...
Okay. Tell us about that. What had happened prior to him approaching you as you understood it? Why he needed a new moniker on Facebook?
Someone had hacked into his account, and so I guess, I don't know if they automatically shut it down or he had to shut it down, but it was, just a way to get on Facebook.
Okay. And was this, again, after the national media had started reporting about the shooting of Mr. Arbery? Do you recall?
I believe it was after.
Okay. And as the administrator, what did you have to do to allow Mr. McMichael to
I don't know that I actually did. I'm sure there's a record. I'm not saying I didn't, but it's just an easy approve or decline.
Okay. And tell the jury why you were willing to approve Mr. McMichael, Travis, being on the Facebook page under a different name.
I believed the account of the events as they transpired, as they were told to me by the family, and didn't see a reason he shouldn't have access to what people were thinking.
So it was to monitor what other people were saying about him? Is that as you understood it?
Or maybe not necessarily of him, but of the event in general.
Okay. Did you, as the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook page, see anything wrong with that?
No?
Was the name Travis Hafner, or whatever name was used by Travis or anybody else to put out information about the case, to your knowledge?
I don't think he actually posted anything.
Okay.
But I don't.
You don't recall? Okay. Just give me 1 second. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Appreciate it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Is she released?
Yes. We would ask.
She understates subpoena.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, you can step down. You are released.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before the next step, we'd ask that the jury be asked to step out and we bring a matter up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take we'll plan on 15 minutes, 15-minute recess.
All right for the jury. Please proceed.
Your Honor, because the defense of Travis and Greg McMichael has been joint in many ways, before there is any resting that goes on, I wanted to revisit and make sure that we have perfected the record on several issues, especially now given the additional evidence that's come before the court concerning the issues of mental health, the issues of Ahmaud Arbery being on probation at the time of this event, and the use of force expert, all three of which this court has prohibited our introducing evidence on. So if this works okay, we haven't actually worked this ballet out here, but if I could, the mental health evidence was prohibited by this court. But since that time, you now have testimony from Travis McMichael where there have been complete descriptions of behaviors and conclusions drawn from those behaviors by Travis McMichael that are consistent with a number of the things that were reported in the Gateway records and would have been corroborated and explained even further by Kelly Kaufman, who was our mental health expert. So I can do each of these, or I can lay out the new information that we asked the court to consider. Would you prefer that I go by each?
Well, once you get through it, then I'll try to address it in the
Very
same way.
good. Thank you, Your Honor. Second, we had also sought to introduce evidence that Ahmaud Arbery was on probation under 2 felony offenses. A great deal of exposure still left on those. The court denied that motion. I point out that in the state's case, the medical examiner was permitted to testify about fight or flight, and even after objection, was permitted to give his opinion concerning fight or flight and cortisol, etc., as being the explanation in his mind for, under the state's questioning, the decision to make a sharp left versus a sharp right out of the neighborhood. Number 2, with respect to probation, under the cross-examination of Travis McMichael, he was cross-examined by Ms. Donikoski at several points for quite some time about it, in a way that indicated that the state's position found it to be incredulous that Ahmaud Arbery would just have run back at Travis McMichael at 2 different occasions, and then certainly that he would have directly run at Travis McMichael to engage in a behavior that is otherwise unreasonable. So for that reason, we would ask that the court reconsider and allow us to introduce evidence of Ahmaud Arbery's probationary status as further explanation for why fight or flight, while that is the state's theory for taking the sharp left and attacking Travis McMichael, may have been to avoid being apprehended by the police and, again, having to do time or face further investigation for his probationary status. And third, the use of force expert. We had asked for a use of force expert, or primarily the Travis McMichael team, to explain to the jury the theories that Travis McMichael did a very good job explaining on his own. However, once he explained them, he was cross-examined by the state on the way that he implemented that training, and even at one point an exhibit from his training was placed on the Elmo, if that's what it's still called. I don't know if that's on the screen. On the screen for the jurors concerning some of the training and the ways that Travis McMichael would have made decisions on that training. Because he was cross-examined, I believe now the state has opened the door for the use of force expert and testimony to come in to provide the support necessary to corroborate his testimony for which he was cross-examined. So while we do need rulings on those three, given this additional evidence in the state's case and the defense case, we also need to perfect the record for a proffer, as a more complete proffer as to what the mental health evidence would have been. The court is aware, because of the records that we submitted, of Ahmaud Arbery's probationary status. I believe you have those records already. And then I need to just inquire of Travis McMichael's team as to whether the use of force expert testimony has been properly proffered as to what he would have said had he been allowed to testify, and his credentials.
And I think the gateway records, and I'll have to look, but the gateway records were reviewed by the court and then sealed into the case.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes, I believe that is the case, Your Honor. And of course, there are a few other things that we're going to make sure are in the record that doesn't change much now and doesn't require us doing them before anybody rests. You know, some of the notes, I'm sorry.
For the record, we would join in the three issues that the McMichaels have raised before we move on to something else, if that's okay. All I would add, Your Honor, is maybe I missed it, and I certainly don't mean any criticism. I think I owe the court a few things, but I don't think I've seen or been served with a copy of the court's order on the probationary status ruling, and honestly, I was waiting for that so that I could move to reconsider. But it's hard for me to move to reconsider when I don't actually have the reasoning of the court on that. So I hope the court would allow me that opportunity in the morning, assuming that sometime before 9 a.m. the court enters an order on that. You've orally indicated that you wouldn't allow it. You've indicated that you would follow up with a written order, kind of like I promised I'd do a bunch of things. And I'm still working on those. It's not a criticism, but I was hoping to have the court's written order before being in a position where I had to either move to reconsider or waive the issue. So I'm not only joining in that, but I'm humbly asking the court, if the court can, the court's under no obligation to enter a written order, but my understanding was the court gave us a short summary of its reasoning with the representation it would follow up when it had the opportunity. Because the court hasn't had anything else to worry about during this trial when the court had the opportunity. I would like the opportunity to move for the court to reconsider when I have that written ruling.
And I was through with those three. I just wanted to let the court know that we will perfect the record with some of the other things we agreed to place under seal, one of the notice of filings, and then the Facebook records with respect to some of the cause strikes that we had made. We all agreed to get those under seal. I just haven't gotten that done yet.
There are a number of things probably to go through at some point, make sure everybody's on the page with what those items are, just to make sure that the record is complete based on what everyone understands understands either has been or has been promised to be submitted. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. On the subject of evidence that we feel the court should reconsider before we have to decide whether we're closing or not, the 404B evidence that we had submitted to the court, where we heard a lot of testimony from uniformed officers. We heard testimony from a uniformed officer in a park setting where he approached to try to speak to Mr. Arbery about some suspicions that he had about Mr. Arbery and how that de-escalated into confrontation. We heard that it escalated into confrontation, excuse me. That officer was dressed in uniform with badge and gun in a marked patrol car, and that still happened. We have the encounter in Burke County where Mr. Arbery was chased out of an abandoned building where they suspected marijuana use. He was shouted at, told to stop running, come back, police, by an officer in official clothing with badge, gun, police cars, and did not.
The submission of evidence, I mean, I think there were 10 separate incidents submitted, of which the court has addressed in the order, and we received evidence through hearing. That's all part of the record.
Okay.
So I understand which motion you're talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. So what we've seen then in the case, and the reason why we're asking the court to reconsider this evidence now, and we want to limit it to it wouldn't be all 10 things, it would be things that speak to this particular issue, which is the state has asked all law enforcement officers about their manner of dress, their clothing, and how they use that for presence and to talk to people and make arrests, and to try to, I think, distinguish what they did with Mr. McMichael, which is you were not in uniform, you did not have a badge, you were not in an official car, you didn't have any official looking presence, and they also questioned Mr. McMichael about Mr. Arbery has no obligation to stop and talk to you. He has no obligation to speak to you. He has no obligation to explain himself. He can run away from you, and you weren't wearing a uniform and badge, etc. So this has made now relevant the fact that for Mr. Arbery, for Mr. Arbery in particular, when an individual approaches Mr. Arbery and questions him about his conduct, he doesn't engage in a typical fashion. He runs or he gets combative or confrontational, and we have evidence of that over the timeline which we've submitted to the court. The state has now presented this evidence to the jury through the questions and answers, and I guarantee you will argue it in closing that Travis McMichael, dressed as a plainclothes person, Mr. Arbery had no obligation, and thereby essentially create this chasm. The jury should be made aware about the 404B evidence for the purpose that it is limited for, which is to show motive and intent. They're going to get into his intent, and have done so already by opening the door on several other occasions, talking about an opening statement being an avid runner, talking an opening statement about Nike shoes so worn that the tread was worn off, that he ran off on his jog toward the McMichael's house, that he never stole anything, he never took anything. Through Matt Albenzi, they questioned him, saying, you don't know why he was in the house, sort of baiting the witness. You don't know why Mr. Arbery ran, introducing the issue of his intent in the house or him running. They actually brought Kelly Parr to testify, and she even talked about his behavior and his intent and what he did not do, like ducking or hiding or running away, that he just stood there. Again, putting his conduct into the case. The 911 call, they allowed Larry English to testify that he looked like he was drunk or on drugs or disoriented. Officer Rash was allowed to testify that he was trying to figure out why he was coming there at night. That's what Rash testified to. Your intent, Officer Rash, was to identify him and find out why he was coming there late at night and then trespass him. Again, the state is putting in Mr. Arbery's intent through the officer, now trying to say, we're trying to actually figure out what his intent is there that night, making the intent issue relevant. And that Officer Ash took action throughout the entire neighborhood to find out why he was there, riding around, asking people, do you know why he's here? They asked the question about, do you know of his routine? That was objected to and sustained, so that's not evidence. They tendered the photograph of the sneakers, the top and bottom. So all of these things are getting into Mr. Arbery's intent, Your Honor. And it goes beyond where the court wanted us to be, but this is all through the action of the state. And so we would say now that his intent has been put in through their opening statement, as well as their law enforcement officers and some neighborhood witnesses. Notice we didn't ask any of our witnesses, did you see him, did you know him, does he run in the neighborhood? We didn't ask that, but they did. And so for that reason, it reopens the door. It opens the door for 404B, and we would ask you to revisit it because of those things.
And Your Honor, I would join in that motion for reconsideration as I joined in the original motion. And I will add this. I don't understand how the state can be pursuing a theory of aggravated assault that's based on the fear of Mr. Arbery, which is going to his mental state at the time that he's being chased, without opening the door to any facts or circumstances that inform his mental process there. And we can certainly take that up at charge conference. That's been noted to the court. But, I mean, if the state is pursuing an aggravated assault theory that is based solely on intent to injure, intent to assault, that's one thing. That's the mental state of the defendants in this case. If the state is pursuing an aggravated assault theory based on the reasonable fear of Mr. Arbery, then these other circumstances are certainly informing his decision as to what he's doing. And I think the court should require the state to make an election as to what theory they're proceeding under before the court ultimately rules on the 404B issue. Having said that, as I said, I've joined in the motion.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge, the state asks that you deny these 4 motions for reconsideration on all of these issues. All of this was known before we ever started. The mental health is totally irrelevant. 401, 403, they didn't know Mr. Arbery. 404B evidence on Mr. Arbery, they didn't know Mr. Arbery. So therefore, the same rulings and orders you've entered apply right now, despite all the evidence that has been put up. There is absolutely nothing about his mental health, given that Travis McMichael didn't know about it. But Travis McMichael took the stand and told the jury his perceptions and what he thought about Mr. Arbery. So that evidence, based on his perceptions, is before the jury. Probation with fight or flight. Actually, at the end of Mr. Travis McMichael's statement, it was fight or flight. He actually said that. I assumed the defense was going to ask him about that, and then they didn't. Blaming the state for cross-examining their client is a bit of a ludicrous argument, because the state's position is Travis McMichael is lying, not that it's incredulous about Mr. Arbery, that Mr. Arbery would do this, Mr. Arbery would do that. What's incredulous is the lies Travis McMichael is trying to tell this jury, all the stuff he's come up with. That was what the cross-examination was about. The use of force, he got up here and talked about his use of force. He explained it. He did the continuum. Mr. Rubin had him talking all about it. To say the state, once again, cross-examined about it, so now we've opened up the...
It was actually Mr. Sheffield. Out of one direct.
Thank you.
You're absolutely right. It was Mr. Sheffield. But to blame the state and say, well, you cross-examined our client about what he's telling the jury about use of force, so we get to bolster his testimony now, we ask that you go ahead and deny that as well. And there is absolutely nothing that the state's done to talk about Mr. Arbery's intent. We talked about Officer Rash's intent as a law enforcement officer. That's what we talked about. The 911 call, They stipulated to the 911 call where Larry English goes, oh yeah, this is what he looks like out on the boat. And yet they're complaining. So, Your Honor, your orders that you entered on all 4 of these issues, your oral one on probation, we ask that you deny their motions for reconsideration based on the evidence that has been presented here. Thank you.
Any final word then, Ms. Hook?
Your Honor, I stand on what we said. It's not an issue of blame. It's an issue of what proof came in that might inform the court in seeing this in a different light than you did before the evidence that you had an opportunity to see.
Before the court then, our motions for reconsideration on the 4 evidentiary issues that were brought up. There is an existing order on the, I'll just refer to them as the gateway records. I don't have it right in front of me. I forgot how that was couched in the order, whether that was the character. I think it was actually the state's motion in limine on character, which then resulted in a number of filings. That existing order has been in place. Considering the motion for reconsideration, the court is not going to allow those records to come in. The probation and use of force expert orders will be to come. Those are in the process of being drafted. Mr. Goff, they will probably not be in a form that will get them filed by tomorrow morning. But what I tried to do, and I do remember doing, at least on the probation order, was lay out where the court's opinion was based and how the court reached the conclusion that it did based upon the evidence presented at trial. The court's not going to reopen either of those 2 matters. And then, as with the first issue, there is a written order on the 404B evidence, which are the various things that Mr. Sheffield was just referencing. And again, the court on the motion for reconsideration relies upon that order and has considered the evidence referenced during trial and is not going to reopen that matter. So for the record, I think that should clear the record up. If there are matters that need to be placed into the record that have been referenced as being sealed into the record or need to get into the record, I'll keep the record open. I'll figure out the best time to do that until, which I understand then would be documentation that we have discussed before the court that just needs to be part of the file. I would imagine we'll keep that open probably through, I would imagine through closing, maybe to closing. If that's a problem, why don't everybody let me know what needs to come in and how long it's going to take to get it in. Maybe that's the better way to do that. I'll keep the record open. Okay.
And at the appropriate time, I did have a couple other things to add.
Let me make sure with the McMichaels.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting. I didn't know if you...
No, I was waiting on you all.
I do think in order to perfect the record, certainly on the use of force expert and perhaps Dr. Kaufman, that we would like the opportunity to call Rick Register, who's a former ATF agent, FLETC instructor on use of force, to make the proffer. I think...
Did either one produce a report?
No. They didn't do a scientific examination, so there's no...
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. But we do need to put in the record what he would have said had he been allowed to testify.
Okay, well, let's figure out. When are they available?
I can inquire tonight and get back to the court, but I think Mr. Register is very flexible.
Dr. Kaufman's a different story. So I've checked in with her, but I'll speak with her and get back to the court as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't keep the record open forever.
No, we could do it this weekend or next week.
Anything then further from the McMichael defendants?
Yeah, no, we'll rest when the court brings the jury back.
All right. Mr. Goff.
Look, Your Honor, I'm so sorry. I think for the record, we actually need to hear from Greg McMichael personally, just to make sure it's on the record.
It's on the record. We don't need to hear from him.
And I guess I did hear from counsel for Travis McMichael, counsel for Greg McMichael. I understand you're adopting it. I think it had been placed in the record before. Well, it would have been placed in the record before that Greg McMichael would be I can't remember the language that was used, but effectively adopting the defense. But if there was anything else that may come up, then that would be presented. So what I understand is there's not going to be any additional evidence presented on behalf of Greg McMichael.
Well, what we anticipate you would do, Your Honors, when the Travis McMichael team rests, you would call on us and then we would make our announcement.
Yeah, that's just I'm trying to make sure I understand what we're
Right.
Yeah. And so then Greg McMichael will rest, as I understand it, and then it'll be to Mr. Bryan.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor, not to be really, really picky, but being an appellate, at this juncture in time, Greg McMichael has not stated on the record whether he's going to testify or not. And he has not put his decision on the record. So if the McMichaels rest, the problem is a clever appellate attorney is going to come behind and go, Mr. Greg McMichael never was given that. I'm just...
And that's fair, because as I indicated, I'm usually used to defendants in the discussion with the court on testifying, saying whether they have or haven't. And actually, in this case, he hasn't said whether he intends to testify. It's my understanding that Mr. McMichael does not intend to testify and intends to rest.
Well, Your Honor, we'll announce that when you call on us to present our case, but yesterday, I believe it was, you made the full and proper inquiry about whether he understood his rights.
And I think we might be talking in circles at this point.
Yeah.
I think we're all in the same place. We just
I
need
do
to clear
think we
it.
are.
Okay. Understanding how I think this is going to work, then we will get to Mr. Bryan's case in chief today. Okay. I'm sorry?
Shortly.
Yes. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll go ahead and get the announcements on the record in just a moment. Mr. Goff.
Okay. I had something I wanted to bring up. I can do that after the recess.
We're all here.
Your Honor, I would note again, it was brought to my attention over the last break that we have a potpourri of political statements parading out in the foyer in front of this courtroom. And again, we don't understand how this First Amendment activity, which is prejudicial to our client's case, continues to happen inside the courthouse. And I'm not picking on anybody, but it continues to take place. We had a huge protest. When I have access to a color printer, I'll print out some exhibits. We had a huge protest at lunchtime that was so loud with bullhorns, literally 20 feet from the front door of this courthouse, that you could hear what was being said at the doors of this courtroom within the facility. And again, that all goes back to our concern about the fair trial. But the most pressing concern I have is, because I can't read the minds of other counsel in this case, is my assumption is that there's one more witness yet to come, but based on the last couple witnesses, Your Honor, it's not for me to make an objection to character evidence presented against a co-defendant. That's an issue for other counsel to deal with if they think there is an issue. But I heard testimony today, for lack of a better characterization, as vigilante social media posts or communications involving co-defendants. And then, we have this after-the-fact conspiracy evidence coming out from the last witness, I believe that was Subie Lawrence, talking about her talking to the McMichael defendants, or one of the defendants, about the famous video in this case. I felt under 403 it was more prejudicial than probative in the case, but technically that evidence as presented didn't directly refer to my client, although you could put things together as to where this famous video is coming from. But we're right at the precipice of getting into and establishing or suggesting an after-the-fact conspiracy involving my client. And that's going to raise some serious severance concerns, because now my client is going to trial with two Dirty Harry style vigilantes, if I understand the import of these of the post. And we now have this after-the-fact conspiracy, which the state has cleverly found a way to get right up to the precipice without actually implicating my client in it. And again, that's going to put us in a severance posture. And if I'm right, the next witness that the McMichael defendants are calling, I suspect we're going to get into more of the same. And if, in fact, the state has intentions of going into any more after-the-fact conspiracy evidence or vigilante evidence in this case, then I think that the court should address what they intend to go into before they do it and not make me stand up and object in the presence of the jury. Because I'm just not as fluid as some of the other people in this case with these 803s and 403s, and heaven forbid I would make a speaking objection in front of the jury that the state might find objectionable or the court might find objectionable. So if the state intends to go down that path with the next witness, then I think we need to take that up outside the presence of the jury before their cross-examination.
If I knew who the next witness was, I might be able to address this.
I am not aware of the relief the defendant is seeking. That was a broad brush, Mr. Goff.
It was.
So I guess we are noting it for the record.
We are noting the severance issue for the record, and to be more specific, if the defense, I don't know what they're doing, but if the defense is going to call Diego Perez, who I had thought the state was calling, but they decided not to call. I had thought the defense was calling. Maybe they're not calling, but if they're going to put him up and the state's going to backdoor in vigilante issues involving the co-defendants or after-the-fact conspiracies, before the state does that on cross-examination, I think we need to take that up outside the presence of the jury.
Well, the court will take that matter, I'm not even take the matter under advisement. Duly noted. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess.
seat, please.
All right, we're back on. Defendant's present, represented by counsel. We are still with Travis McMichael. We ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael? We're
Yes,
ready.
Your Honor.
Mr. Bryan?
We are, but I would note for the record that my understanding is the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Has graced us with his presence in the public gallery this afternoon. The third. I'm sorry. The third. Martin Luther King the third. During Martin Luther King the third. Yeah.
Apparently, the state's somewhere. It does not look like he's in the gallery now, so that I think the state's wondering. The state has its back to the public gallery, so I imagine they wouldn't know. But all right, thank you. Anything from the state then?
Nothing, just wanted to note that juror 12 was wide awake and paying lots and lots of attention this afternoon to the case.
Juror number 12 has been engaged, and I've been watching her. She has moved, it looks like permanently, closer to the bailiff on her own volition, and that seems to be working. All right, let's go get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the case from Travis McMichael.
Your Honor, on behalf of Travis McMichael, we rest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael.
Your Honor, on behalf of Greg McMichael, we rest.
On behalf of Mr. Bryan.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Bryan, we've discussed this with the state. Rather than being compelled to republish the night owl porch video, still picture of Mr. Bryan's residence, republished night owl 2 video with the trucks, and rather than publishing this excerpts from the state exhibits of investigator Officer Minshew and Detective Lowry, the state has agreed that we don't need to republish those today since we went through that yesterday. Reserve the right to do that during closing statements.
I assume that's been discussed with the state.
It has, Your Honor. With
that understanding, we rest.
Anything in rebuttal from the state?
No, Your Honor, nothing in rebuttal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence that will be presented in this case has been presented. So let me tell you how we're going to proceed from here. There are matters that the court's going to need to address. That's going to take a little bit of time. We are going to go ahead and adjourn until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Okay? So you are not going to be required to be in court tomorrow, but you are going to be required to be here at 9 o'clock Monday morning. Now, over this period of time, again, I'm going to repeat these instructions, which hopefully you're thinking about even in your sleep. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't let anybody discuss the case with you. Don't go looking for any information about the case. If anybody is talking about the case in your presence of hearing, you need to walk away. And if anybody is approaching you about the case and wanting to talk to you or trying to talk to you about it, you need to make sure you walk away and contact the court so that we can get that matter addressed. Again, if you have social media, don't go looking at your social media accounts. Don't go picking up newspapers. Don't be flipping through stations and get caught on a station that's talking about the case. Don't do any of that. And I understand I've said those instructions a number of times, and you've heard them before, and I see I've got a lot of nodding heads, so everybody understands the importance of those instructions. So again, we will reconvene Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I think the way we're moving right now, that will be for closing arguments or closing statements by counsel, and we'll proceed with the case at that time. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your attention here in the Superior Court of Glenn County, and we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. All right, thank you.
All right for the jury. Seated.
Let's go ahead and perfect the record. Any motions or other matters for the court with the evidence being in?
None from the state. I will go ahead and make sure all the evidence is organized and put appropriately together.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would just renew the motion for directed verdict of acquittal we made at the end of the state's case. Same arguments. I won't repeat any of them here, but I want to adopt all of them and apply them here at the end of the evidence.
And I understand that. If I remember correctly, that motion was made on behalf of both McMichael defendants.
Yeah,
so I understand it's being adopted by both McMichael defendants. Mr. Bryan. All right.
Your Honor, we renew our motion for a directed verdict, and we also, I think, we joined in the McMichael motion, so we join in renewing theirs as well.
For the record, then, those motions having been made, the court denies those motions as presented, but they've been perfected from the record, or into the record. And a thing from the state before we recess.
No, Your Honor.
From from Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
Before we break, if you could give Sam a good email address so that we can forward to you the court's proposed charge, as I indicated that I would. So if you could do that before you leave, that would be appreciated. Let's plan on giving everybody an extra hour tomorrow morning to go and do whatever you want to do for an hour. So let's plan on 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll plan a charge conference at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.